VanZant County right now. That one warning that we were telling you about that we did get some ground truth on with that picture. And guys, do you have that picture again? If you could pop that picture up again, I'd appreciate it. If you guys are still, I know you're there because I hear you in my ear. If you get a chance to pop that up again, I would appreciate it. And while we're waiting for that, we can see that we're starting to get, there is that tornado picture again that we got earlier. This was near the Canton area. No, Highway 17 and 1118 yes. is where that was indicated earlier today. Again, the good news is it looks like it's in a fairly rural area at that point where we're at least seeing that tornado. But that is definitely, this is not a picture where you have to guess. That is absolutely a tornado that had touched down very close to the city of Canton. All right, we'll go back to graphics now and we'll show you what we're talking about here. We're getting a rather dangerous looking couplet just south of the city of Eustace right now as far as velocities are concerned within this storm. They appear to be, we're talking 70, 80, maybe even 90 miles per hour right now, rotation. And again, this is about 1,000 feet, maybe a little bit more above the ground. So this is a situation where as it gets closer to the ground, that wind is going to get a little bit stronger. So we're looking at residents in Eustace, Stockard. Please make sure you're in a small windowless interior room. I just cannot. Okay, who's that from?
That's from the National Weather Service. They said that the ham radio operators in the area.
Okay, ham radio operators right now are saying that there is a tornado on the ground near the city of Eustace at this very moment. So Pauline, Eustace, Stockard, anywhere along Highway 175 from Pickens maybe all the way to Maybank, make sure that you are in a small windowless interior room. This has become a very serious situation. These are no longer radar indicated tornadoes. We're getting the ground truth that we like to get so that we know what's going on. We hate to hear the fact that we've actually got something that has touched down on the ground right now, but according to the National Weather Service and the operators, the ham operators in Eustace, a tornado is on the ground. So please make sure that you are in that small windowless interior room and making sure that you guys are safe. Please make sure that you are safe, Eustace, and in areas to the north and east of there. So let's go ahead and we're going to back off of this just a bit and put a path on this storm. We're just going to go ahead and start it right in the city of Eustace, moving just east of due north at about 20 miles per hour. So we're looking at Falba in about 25 minutes, 39 minutes in Jackson. Again, we've got Katie Vossler. She's going to leave me here from the Weather Center, and she is going to get into the storm tracker vehicle and start heading out to see basically what's going on here in East Texas. Katie, please be safe as she leaves the studio, now heading out into East Texas. And we will try to get information from her as soon as we possibly can. But we are looking at rotation near the city of Eustace right now, and we did get a report that we have a possible tornado on the ground. No, not possible anymore. This has actually been spotted. Ham operators are indicating that a tornado is on the ground right now in the city of Eustace or very near the city of Eustace as we speak. So we'll back out just a bit. Now we see that tornado warning that was in effect for VanZant County has now expired, but we still have parts of VanZant County that are under this tornado warning until, I believe this is until 6 o'clock. So you're not out of the woods quite yet, VanZant County. As this storm continues to what I can see here, it appears to continue to intensify. And just to kind of give you a look at this, we're going to loop it for you here, and you can really see that we're seeing that area of rotation is intensifying as it moves near the city of Eustace. It looks like it may actually be maybe to the east of the city at this point. We're starting to see some of the brighter reds and the brighter greens closer to one another just to the south and east of the city of Eustace, but this is getting ready to cross over Highway 175. Residents in Eustace and Stockard, please, tornado safe spot. You've got to be there. If you want to know, again, what a tornado safe spot is in your home, you want to be away from all exterior walls. You want to get into the smallest windowless interior room in your home. I know you've heard me say that a million times, but this is the time that we need to take shelter. This is the time that we need to be there. So as these storms continue to move through a portion of East Texas, that we are absolutely ready for these storms to hit. Now this is what it looks like on radar as these storms move through, and you see just how difficult it is even to see the radar imagery out there right now because of the extreme lightning. 750 strikes just within that red box right there. This is a violent storm, and it continues to be even more violent as it continues to move to the north. We turn off the lightning, we turn on our high-resolution radar, and then once again turn off the lightning here, and we see what we've got going on. We do have a very powerful-looking tornadic storm that is moving through parts of Henderson County. And again, this warning is in effect until 6 o'clock, and it appears that the Weather Service has kind of moved that warning a little bit further to the south. And the reasoning behind that is we could be looking at possibly a second area of rotation further to the south. It does appear that that's the case. Just to the east of the city of Malakoff, we're now looking at the potential that we could have rotation going on right now. This is along Highway 31. Yes, this is a new tornado warning until 6 o'clock for areas Malakoff. What's that? Yes, right around the Trinidad area and Malakoff. This is, they've actually moved this warning, or actually issued a new warning. We do have rotation here now, right along Highway 31, just to the west of the city of Malakoff. I'm going to try to get a little bit of information here. It says that this was located over the city of Trinidad. Actually, it looks like just a little bit east of Trinidad, and it is moving to the northeast at 20 miles per hour. So we now have a second area of rotation that we are concerned with. Again, this one is moving. Again, we're going to go just a little bit east of due north at 20 miles per hour. So you can see it's going to be in the exact same location soon as the one that's going on right now, just to the east of the city of Eustace. So in Log Cabin in 10 minutes, Eustace 28, Pauline 33, Odom 42. So we've got two possible tornadoes on the ground right now in the county of Henderson. So please be aware, folks, that it's not in the city of Athens yet, but areas to the west of Athens are the areas of concern right now. We can see an area of rotation right up along just north now of Highway 175, just east of Eustace. We've also got a second area of rotation just to the west of the city of Malakoff, and just to the east of the city of Trinidad right now. So we have two warnings. We have two. This one here has been confirmed that a tornado was on the ground near the city of Eustace. We've now got a second down just west of the city of Malakoff. So if you kind of look at it again here, I'm going to put a couple of small circles on the map. This is where we could be looking at two tornadoes on the ground. Again, the one near Eustace, that was already confirmed. The one near Malakoff has yet to be confirmed, but we can see the rotation in these storms. So please be aware that the situation is significant as far as Henderson County is concerned, areas west of the city of Athens. The storm down near Malakoff, crossing over Highway 31 as we speak. The one in Eustace just crossing over Highway 175. It appears that it is east of the city of Eustace now. And moving off toward the north. So we're going to back up just a bit, and we're going to try to put a couple of paths on these possible tornadoes. Again, the one near Eustace, we did have some ground truth on that one just a few moments ago, but it could be east of the city of Eustace, moving off toward just to the east of due north at between 20 and 25 miles per hour. So Falba, Jackson, Canton, and Wentworth are all in the path of this storm right now. Canton in about 48 minutes. I know that you just went through significant weather in your area, but there's a possibility we could go through that once again. So remain weather alert. The storm that we have right now near Malakoff, it looks like just to the west of the city of Malakoff. Again, this one's moving a little bit slower, just east of due north at 20 miles per hour. So Log Cabin again. Please stay. Please be there. Be in that small windowless interior room. Eustace, 27 minutes, so another tornado. This one has yet to be confirmed visually, but the one in and near the Eustace area, that one was actually confirmed that it was on the ground. So we've got a very active weather pattern. There's no doubt about it. So we want to make sure that everybody is prepared. Again, we're going to put on radar very quickly, and we're going to look at all of East Texas one more time for you here so you can see what's happening. We have a cluster of storms that is moving through the central parts of East Texas. You can see just how quickly that one will develop over parts of Rusk County, parts of Smith, also parts of Cherokee County, and those storms are moving just east of due north as well. And now we've got another tornado warning for areas up near and west of Sulphur Springs. This one is for parts of Hopkins County, parts of Hunt County, and parts of Delta County at this point. So let's look underneath and see. We do have an area of rotation crossing over Interstate 30 as we speak. We'll look at the information that we have that just came in from the National Weather Service, is that a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near the city of Cumbie or near Commerce. That's where Texas A&M Commerce is. It's moving to the north at what you would kind of expect tornadoes to move at about 40 miles per hour. So let's put a path on this storm as well. There's the city of Cumbie, according to the National Weather Service, very near where you are at this moment, moving just west of due north. So the city of Commerce in 12 minutes. As far as the center of the storm is concerned, Ladonia in 30 minutes, Harmon in 38, Honey Grove and Maxey 45 to 57 minutes out at this point. But we do have, and this, we knew that today was going to be a very active day. Right now we have 3 potential tornadoes, one that we know of, one that we know has already been confirmed, at least at this moment. We had one near Canton as well. We showed you the photograph just a few moments ago that was near Highway 17 near Canton, but we do have one now up near the Cumbie area. We've got one that is crossing over, it looks like now, into the southern portions of VanZant County, and then we have a second one that could be just to the west of the city of Malakoff. So we need to go ahead and concentrate on these once again. The newest tornado warning that just came out for parts of Hopkins, Hunt, and Delta County. You can see the rotation. It is right in this area, very close to the city of Cumbie at this point. That was where the National Weather Service kind of spotted it for us, near Cumbie, and it does look like that's the case, maybe just a little bit to the east of the city, but it is crossing over Interstate 30, heading toward Highway 11, heading toward Commerce, and then eventually crossing over Highway 24. It could be in the Hunt and Delta County area, so please be aware that you now need to be in your small windowless interior rooms. And again, this is a very rural area of East Texas, but again, Cumbie, the National Weather Service did indicate a storm could be on the ground near where you live. We move to the south now and get back into the VanZant County and the Henderson County storms that we have. It appears like the storm, the potential tornado just to the west of Malakoff may now be just to the northwest of the city at this point. It looks like it's crossing over Highway 198 as we speak, and that will be, again, just right around the log cabin area. You were in a potential storm earlier, and it looks like you could be in another one. So again, small windowless interior room, please. This second storm, it is really intensifying. We're starting to see some very, very high velocities. Now we're talking about 70, maybe 80 miles per hour away and 50 toward the radar. So you're already talking about maybe 130, 140 mile per hour winds that are in this possible tornado. Again, I really shouldn't say possible because we did have confirmation near Eustace that we had something on the ground, but this one is very serious right now. It is pulsing up. This storm is not weakening. This one is continuing to show signs of intensification, and as it crosses over into VanZant County, moving just east of due north at about 25 miles per hour, residents of Canton in 36 minutes, but prior to that, city of Jackson in 21 minutes, but the entire rural sections of VanZant County that we're speaking of here, you need to be in a small windowless interior room as quickly as you and your family can get there. Tundra, Falba, please make sure that you are prepared for this. This is a very strong storm, and if we get in a little bit closer, I might be able to pinpoint some smaller roadways. No, that's not going to happen at this point, but please, it's just crossing over now into VanZant County, out of Henderson County. It's just to the south and east of the city of Falba by just a few miles. We're talking maybe 3 miles. Again, it may cross over Highway 198, but it is heading toward the city of Canton once again. We had a storm confirmed already near Canton along Highway 17, and now we're looking at the potential for yet another storm to occur there. So please make sure, folks, that you are prepared for this as it continues to move to the north at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. We want to make sure that everybody is ready for this because this one does look like it is increasing in intensity. Also near Log Cabin, we have that second one. It looks like it is a weaker rotation at this point, but it continues to move off toward the just east of due north, again near the Log Cabin area. So please make sure that you are in a small windowless interior room, crossing over Highway 198, heading towards maybe the Stockard area. We'll cross Highway 175 soon. These warnings that we have, the one for a good chunk of Henderson and parts of VanZant County, that warning is in effect until 6 o'clock this evening, so at least another 15 minutes. And this second tornado warning that we have for you, which it appears... Yes, yes, thank you for that, Jessica. Thank you very much. This one here that we had for near Trinidad and Malakoff, that one until 6 o'clock. It appears, at least to my eye, that the rotation has actually left that part of the tornado warning and is now in this other warning near the city of Log Cabin. But this is a very dangerous looking and even getting more intense as we head throughout the afternoon, folks. This is a very serious looking storm that we are showing to you right now. You can see where it's located. It's just to the south and east of Falba. It appears that we have some very, very powerful, very strong wind in this. Now we're up to 140 miles per hour on the velocities that we can see just, and again, this is above the surface, so we're looking at some very strong rotation here, and this is where the area of low pressure would be located, and in this case, it is a tornado on the ground. We did get confirmation.
Significant damage around the Eustace area.
Okay. We're starting to get...
Fires, trailer homes are hit, and debris around Highway 175. I'll let you read.
Okay, we were talking about this just a few moments ago. Lane Lucky just came in with some information that we're hearing that a total blackout in the Log Cabin area right now. Law enforcement is reporting fires, trailer homes hit, and debris on Highway 175 in Eustace. And this is the area that we showed you a few moments ago. We can actually go back and look just over the last hour, and we'll try to find the moment that we were talking about right here. And okay, we got a new warning for VanZant County, but you can see right there near the city of Eustace is what we're talking about. So we're getting reports of significant damage, a total blackout though in the city of Log Cabin right now, which is where the first where it actually started. This is where that tornado started. You can see it right there, moving through Log Cabin. This was at about just after 5 o'clock this afternoon, then moved on up into the Eustace area where we're getting reports of significant damage along Highway 175 in Eustace. They're reporting fires, trailer homes hit, and debris in Eustace along Highway 175. So let's go to our current image that we've got right now, and we do have a new warning for VanZant County, and this is because of this area that we were talking about. This is a very dangerous looking couplet right now, folks. There is almost no doubt in my mind that we have a tornado on the ground. We did get confirmation that this storm was in Eustace, and now we're getting confirmation that we've got significant damage in the Eustace area, and I believe we've got a crew that's going to be heading that way. Lane Lucky just came in and he said that they are on the way right now to check out some of the damage in Eustace, and please tell the crews that they need to be very careful when they're heading out this way. Again, power lines could be down. There could be some problems. Yes, sir, do you have...
Storm spotter says that it is still on the ground.
Okay. All right, we got a storm spotter that just reported that this tornado is still on the ground as it now moves into VanZant County. So, with all of this said, let's go ahead and put a path on this storm right now. And you need to take this path extremely seriously. It's moving just east of due north of 25 miles per hour. Residents in Jackson, 12 minutes. That storm will be in your neighborhood. Residents of Canton in 26 minutes. We've got so many people out at Canton First Monday this weekend. It's a big weekend because it's usually the last weekend that it's cool out there. But you need to make sure that everybody is secure. Everybody is out of the outdoor activities in Canton right now. We need to make sure that everybody understands that this is a tornado on the ground. This is no longer a possible tornado, but this is a tornado that is on the ground in the southern portions of VanZant County, heading toward the cities of Jackson, heading toward the city of Canton, Could be up in the Edgewood area and even into the small community within 48 to 56 minutes or so. But that's what we're looking at. This is an incredibly dangerous looking tornadic cell that we have in progress right now. We want to make sure that everybody understands that we don't do this for fun, and this is one of those situations where we want to make sure that everybody is really alert to this, because as these storms move off toward the north, they will continue to just basically clear whatever is in their path. We now know that there is significant damage in the city of Eustace because of this storm that is now in VanZant County. It looked like the tornado might have been just to the east of Eustace, but it is now in VanZant County, moving off toward the north. We have a few other warnings that we have to deal with. I know that we have one still up in parts of Hunt, parts of Delta and Hopkins County. We can see that we've got a fairly broad rotation now. This is in part of the radar that doesn't really send the greatest data, but we can see that we do have something going on up in that area. So there is that tornado warning that is in effect for parts of eastern Hunt, the western sections of Hopkins, and the southwestern sections of Delta County. And this warning will remain in effect until 6 o'clock tonight for that area. So please be aware that that is going on where you are as well, and we are keeping our eye on that. We have not had ground truth to that storm, but we continue to see ground truth on a couple of systems here. The one we just showed you, and we just told you that we had damage in the Eustace area. It looks like another tornado is heading for that exact same location, maybe a little bit further down the highway from Eustace, between Stockard and Eustace. If you are in those areas, you need to be in a small windowless interior room now. You need to make sure that you are protected. What does a small windowless interior room look like? Well, if this is your home, and hang on just one second, let me get back to that. If this is your home and we were to remove the roof to show you the inside of your home, it is a room that is small, it has no windows, and it is interior to the home. In case the walls go down, you need to be in that area so that you can be as safe as you possibly can. This is what East Texas looks like right now as far as the last 3 hours on radar. You can see there is a tremendous amount of lightning going on with these storms as well. We do have the 3 tornado warnings that are currently in effect, and we'll go ahead and tell you those now for the southwestern portions of Henderson County until 6 o'clock, but it does appear that the storm that was producing a possible tornado there has moved out of it. But we also have parts of Henderson and VanZant until 6 o'clock, and that is the storm that we are most concerned with right now. And we also have one until 6 o'clock for parts of Delta, Hopkins, and also for parts of Hunt County. All right, so we're going to zoom in and talk about this storm in VanZant County because it is a very dangerous looking storm. We're going to look at it now with our radial velocity scan. This is a way that we can show you the rotation of actually the speed and the direction that the raindrops are falling in this storm. That is what radial velocity is about. That's what Doppler radar was invented for, so that we could see this. We do have rotation without a doubt right now that is spinning in a very rural area of VanZant County. That's where the rotation is located right now. And by using some of our dual pole information, the stuff that we get from the dual polarization radar, it is showing that we definitely have some type right there. This is a very good indicator, folks, that we have what's called a debris ball. We have stuff in the air right now that the radar is seeing, and this means that we more than likely we have a tornado on the ground, and it is actually elevating debris into the air, which makes this a very dangerous situation. Again, this is south of Jackson. It is east of the city of Falba. As we now look back into this storm using radial velocity, you can see that it is right over the top of where this scan is. So we do have, rather than just raindrops and wind going on out there, we now have debris that has actually been lifted from the ground and is in the air. There is a debris ball. We've got something that is in the atmosphere right now that is not rain. So we need to be very aware that we're starting to see some stuff actually being lifted up off the ground. And this is a storm that is very, very dangerous looking right now. It has held itself together very well as far as looking at the hail situation that we have. It does not appear that we've got very large hail involved in this storm at this moment, but that could change very quickly. So we just want you to know that we are keeping our eye very carefully on that one individual storm, because right now that appears that that is the one that could be doing the most damage. We've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in East Texas, but it is this area of concern that is to the southwest of the city of Canton right now. Canton already, we showed you a picture earlier today of a tornado that was on the ground in Canton. And that was earlier today, I believe, shortly before 5 o'clock. And now we have another one that is basically heading in that same direction, putting a path on this tornado. We moved just east of due north at about 20 miles per hour because this one was moving a little bit slower. In the Jackson area in about 7 minutes. Canton, 24 minutes. Well, we're going to redraw this now because we just got a new scan and we've got a new center point to deal with. So we head just east of due north at 20 miles per hour. We're now looking at Canton in 21 minutes, Edgewood in 49 minutes. So this is a dangerous situation. This is a serious, life-threatening situation that we have in East Texas, and I promise you I would never say that if I didn't believe that that was the case. So that's the latest on that tornado. We look now further to the south. We see another area of rotation that is really getting more and more dangerous looking. It's now just to the north of the city of Stockard. This is in Henderson County. It is just north of the city by a mile or so. It's just to the east of the city of Eustace by about 3 miles or so. And this one, I believe this one was moving at about 20 miles per hour as well. So let's go ahead. We're going to back out just, and we're going to put a path on this one. And we may be talking about some of the same cities that we just talked about just a few moments ago. Yes, we're talking about Jackson in 34 minutes. It could be in and near the Canton area in 51 minutes, Wentworth in 59. Again, this is in a very rural portion now of Henderson County, but that does not make any difference. We have folks that live there, and we want to make sure that you are aware. You can see Highway 19 to the east. We've got Highway 175 to the west. This storm appears that it has crossed over Highway 175, heading toward VanZant County. It's going to stay west of Highway 19 for quite some time. Please don't do any traveling in these areas. We don't want anybody out there trying to see what's going on. We want everybody at home. We want everybody as safe as we can possibly get you. But we do have two. This one here, we have not received any confirmation. Jessica, any ground truth to the one in Henderson County at this point? None yet. But we do have ground truth that we've got a tornado on the ground heading toward the city of Canton. Really a beeline toward the city of Canton right now. And we've just got new scans, so let's move this southern storm just east of due north at 20 miles per hour. Jackson in 30 minutes, Canton in 47, and Wentworth in 54 minutes. And we'll now go to the storm to the north, which is actually still very, very, very well defined. A very dangerous looking couplet right here just east of the city of Jackson. It is not crossed over the highway, at least at this point. It actually may follow the highway as it makes its way off toward the north. And again, the road that we're talking about here, again, this is Highway 198. So that's the highway that it is following right now, heading toward, again, the city of Canton in central VanZant County. So these are the two warnings that we, right now, we have effect. The one, in effect, the one for Henderson and southern VanZant County until 6 o'clock. And the one for southern and central sections, a good portion of VanZant County, that one is in effect until 6:15, and that was in effect because of this tornado right here. Again, we had confirmation that a tornado was on the ground. This is a life-threatening situation, flying debris. We already showed you that by using some of our dual polarization scans that we have available to us. And we will look at that here once again to see if we can't see if we have what's called a debris ball. And we still have, very easy to see here, folks, that we have suspended junk in the air right now following Highway 198. So this isn't just a rain situation. We have debris that is actually being indicated in the air by the radar. This is not a raindrop that it's hitting. This is something much harder than a raindrop. So we do have, again, we have a debris ball. We have, who knows what's in the atmosphere right now, but it is right on top. It's very easy to see when we show you this. We see that it is right over where that tornado is being indicated right now. So we are looking at some serious situation going on right now. Just getting ready to cross Highway 198. Actually, it's probably going to follow it just east of Jackson, heading toward the city of Canton. We need to all make sure in central sections of VanZant County that we are all in a small windowless interior room. If you're in a mobile home, you need to try to find a sturdy shelter just as fast as you possibly can and get there. The storm moving off just east of due north at between 20 and 25 miles per hour. So we're talking right now about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit more than 10 minutes for areas around Canton, maybe even a little bit to the west. So it'll cross over Highway 198, eventually 243, and eventually then over 64 and Interstate 20 within the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes or so. Still a very nasty-looking storm crossing right now along Highway 198. We've got that second one that appears to be getting ready to cross into the southern sections of VanZant County. We've got a storm rotating right there, and if we look to see if we have any debris in the atmosphere at this point, we really don't see too much, but we could be actually looking at a little bit of debris right here now. But you can see very clearly right now. Again, this is one of the reasons why the dual polarization radar was invented here, is so that we could see what's going on. This is crossing right over 198. We have something in the air that is not a raindrop right now. It's not a hailstone. This is something harder than that. So we've got debris in the air right on top of that rotation that we have in VanZant County, right along 198, just southwest of the city of Canton. Again, we do have other areas of concern. The tornado warning that's in effect for portions of Hunt, Hopkins, and Delta County. Again, it appears like it's probably starting to move in. Well, matter of fact, that warning just expired, but it still looks like we've got some activity going on in the western sections of Delta County. We can see some rotation. It's very broad. This is west of the city of Cooper and east of Commerce. But it does look like that what was in that storm may no longer be considered a threat or a tornado. But we do have two areas now. We only have one tornado warning that's in effect, and that one is the one for VanZant County until 6:15. We have had confirmation on the first storm that moved through. I think it was about an hour ago that we had a photograph of a tornado on the ground near Canton along Highway 17. And we now are seeing a second storm that is moving over the central sections of VanZant County, this one right along Highway 198 right now. And that is a very serious situation, continues to look quite healthy, maybe getting a little bit weaker as we head throughout the remainder of the next, say, few minutes. Doesn't look like it's as strong as it was a few moments ago, but it has now crossed over the highway and is likely to move in areas just to the west of the city of Canton, possibly moving over 243 here very soon, west and southwest of the city at this point, but it is moving off toward the north. So if you live in Canton, especially if you live in the western parts of the city of Canton, you need to get into that small windowless interior room to protect yourself from this storm. That second area of rotation is seemingly getting a little more broad, but it is still moving into the south central portions of the county, just west of Highway 19. So be aware that we have that one as well. And again, this is moving along, or it's moving to the south of Highway 198. It's to the west of Highway 19. But the storm of concern right now, and some good news, it appears like it's pulsing downward at this point. But if that's the case, then we kind of look into this storm and we still see a debris ball. We still see some activity in the upper levels of the atmosphere that's not rainfall. So this is between 243 and 198 right now, just to the west of the city of Canton. The storm could still be holding some debris in the atmosphere as it spins its way through the central portions of the city of Canton. And as we look at that and we put the radar, the radial velocity scan over the top of it, that's where it's located. So it's now between 243 and 198 to the west of the city of Canton. So the center of the storm would be located in this general area right there. But this was a confirmed tornado on the ground when it was down near the Eustace area, and it has stayed on the ground now for quite some time. Excuse me, I apologize for putting that on there, but what we're looking at is a distance. This storm has now possibly been on the ground for as many as 15 miles and may even be more than that, as it was possibly on the ground south of the city of Eustace in Henderson County. But just to let you know, Henderson County is no longer under any tornado warnings or really any warnings of consequence at this moment, but VanZant County is. So let's back away here and look at all of East Texas and see what we have to show you here. We have turned the lightning off so we can just see these individual storms as they move through. You can see numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the northwestern portions of East Texas. And this is when we originally thought that these storms were going to make their way into the area. So we're starting to see that cold front kind of making itself known over the northwestern parts of East Texas. But we also mentioned to you yesterday that if we saw anything form in this area out ahead of that cold front, that they could get violent very quickly. And indeed, that was the case today. Looking at that storm again in VanZant County, you can see that it is a very, very strong thunderstorm right now. It is just to the south of the city of Canton. It is a very powerful system. As we look at it again, we're now looking at a much broader rotation in this storm at this moment. So the storm may be continuing to pulse downward, which would be extremely good news for residents of Canton. But what you can still see is you see that bright green and that bright red are still quite close to one another. So we could still be looking at some stuff going on. We could still be looking at the possibility that a tornado could be there. We're still seeing a debris ball. It's a little bit to the west now of the actual center that we're seeing. Well, we just got another scan here, and it looks like it is still to the west of the city of Canton. This is probably where we're looking at a tornado on the ground, now north of Highway 198 and probably crossing 243 here very soon. If we get in a little bit closer so we can possibly see some other communities. The Wallace community, you need to be in a small windowless interior room, protecting yourself from this possible tornado. It could still be on the ground. And where Highway 64 meets Interstate 20, kind of heading into that general direction. So I just cannot stress enough, for those of you at Canton First Monday, I would assume that all of you now have protected yourself, because now this is the second round of tornadic storms that you have seen move through the Canton area. And we're hoping that we can get this out of here soon enough to where maybe you can do a little bit of cleanup. But we do have reporters heading toward the Eustace area. We've got the storm tracker vehicle heading out into East Texas right now to let us know what's happening in East Texas. And we still, without question, we have this warning in effect for parts of VanZant County. And as we look just over the last hour of the radial velocity scan, we can see very, very clearly that we had a very dangerous looking storm system making its way out of Henderson County near Eustace on up into areas near the city of Canton. And if this is still rotating, it is now beginning to move very close to Interstate 20 as we speak. So we want everyone to be aware. Traveling right now along Interstate 20 in VanZant County is a very dangerous, very silly thing to be doing right now, because of the potential that we could be looking at still a tornado on the ground in that area. Jessica, are you getting any additional? Yeah, we're getting now a house collapse in the Martins Mill area of VanZant County. So we are getting more reports of just some nasty weather. And again, Martins Mill, as you can see, it is over the southeastern portions of VanZant County, just to the west and southwest of Ben Wheeler. But I'm sure we've got some heavy rain, some very gusty wind associated with all of this. So we continue to get more damage reports out of this storm as it makes its way through VanZant County. And now it appears that this, if it is still on the ground, if this is still a tornado on the ground, could be crossing over Interstate 20 just east of the intersection of Highway 64 and Interstate 20. So it's a much broader area that we're looking at right now. The wind speed's not expected to be as strong. We're really, again, not getting anything maybe more than about 30 miles per hour. So the good news is this storm may be collapsing as it moves through the northern part of the warning, which is good news, but still the possibility of some large hail. We did get some reports, as we showed you a few moments ago. We had some debris being indicated in the atmosphere still there. So we still got a lot of wind. We've got enough a violent rotation in the atmosphere, that we still have debris that is actually suspended in the atmosphere right now due to that tornado that we did indicate was on the ground. But it appears now like it's getting a little more broad, maybe weakening somewhat. But as far as we can tell at this point, we're not getting any additional information from the National Weather Service on this one at this point. So they may just allow it to expire, and it would expire at 6:15. This is the warning for VanZant County. It is only in effect, according to my clock here, for about another 7 minutes or so. But we still have an area of rotation that shows up over the southern parts of the county. Again, this is much more broad than it was earlier, just about 10 or 15 minutes ago. But we have two areas still that we are concerned with, one just to the west of Highway 19 in the southern parts of the county, and then the one near the Canton area, kind of getting very close, if not crossing over Interstate 20 at this time. So again, looking at some of the other radars that we have the ability to look at, they are still verifying that we do have rotation here just west of Highway 19 and just to the west and northwest of the city of Canton, right along that Highway 64, Interstate 20 intersection. So there's still things going on in East Texas that we have to be concerned with. This warning will stay in effect for, it looks like, another 5 minutes or so. And anything new, Jessica, on your end? No, we're still waiting, still watching. Hopefully we're going to start to get some information from the field as we get our reporters out there. But we do have other warnings that are currently in effect. So we're going to get to those now. All of them are severe thunderstorm warnings, and we'll just run through them as quickly as we can here for parts of the western sections of Henderson County, Kaufman, Navarro, and Ellis until 7 o'clock because of the storms moving through there. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Kaufman, VanZant, and other counties to our west until 7 o'clock because of storms moving through there. We also have a few other severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of Hunt County, parts of Fannin County. So we're still looking at Delta and Delta and Hunt County until 7 o'clock. So numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, but the tornado warning for parts of VanZant County that may be allowed to expire. But we still are seeing broad areas of rotation. Actually, this one is almost gone now, the one to the north and west of Canton, but still looking at an area of rotation just west of Highway 19. This is south of the city of Canton right now, but whether or not that would be enough for the Weather Service to continue this warning, we'll just have to see. But that one, again, is just to the south of the city of Tundra. Make sure that you are in that small windowless interior room. It's to the south and west of Jackson. So if this is actually a tornado on the ground, it could be about 3 miles to the south of Tundra, also to the southwest of the southeast of the city of Jackson. It is well to the south of Canton at this moment. But whether or not this warning will continue, we will have to wait here for just a few more minutes. But again, the storms are quite large. We've seen them over 50, 60,000 feet. We've had some hail fall out of a lot of these storms, and as these storms move slowly to the north, we have had confirmation on a couple of different tornadoes, one near Canton and one in the Eustace area. So these storms they don't appear to be as strong as they were just a few short minutes ago, but they are certainly still there, capable of producing some large hail, some very gusty wind. But the tornadoes themselves, I believe that the one that was near Canton, that one more than likely has weakened to the point where it is no longer a tornado. I cannot say that for certain because there are still minor areas of rotation there. But the one that is just to the west of Highway 19, south of Canton, near Tundra, that one's still showing some signs of rotation right now. Very broad. There's nothing that appears to be too significant at this point, but we can never play it too safe, folks. So if you live in Tundra or if you live in an area west of Highway 19 and the southern sections of VanZant County, please make sure that you are in that small windowless interior room protecting you and your family from the potential that a tornado could be on the ground. Looking at this one to the north and northwest of Canton, not looking at any significant rotation at this point, so this warning may expire. That is not my job. It is just the job to tell you what we see going on out there. Still lots of debris being indicated from this storm in the atmosphere. So I'm just looking at some different scans here while we're talking, and it still does indicate that we've got some stuff kind of hanging around in the atmosphere from the storm that actually was on the ground. We did get a confirmation that we had a tornado on the ground near Eustace. We had some significant damage there. Law enforcement in Eustace did report fires, trailer homes that were hit, debris along Highway 175 in the Eustace area, and that was a short time ago when this storm was moving through that area. And we'll kind of go back. Okay, they just reissued this tornado warning, so I believe that the Weather Service remains concerned with this storm that is to the south of Tundra. So we'll look at this tornado warning that is in effect until 7 o'clock. It actually moves a little further up into Rains County. And look at how this one just pulsed up. So we now have a significant rotation from what's going on in VanZant County. So we are going to follow this one for you now. It is pulsing up very, very quickly. A possible tornado was located. Well, this one here, let me make sure that I've got the right one that I'm looking at here. I want to make sure that I get you the right information. This one is in effect until 7 o'clock, and they're also indicating that we could still be looking at a tornado near the city of Canton, moving off toward the north at 25 miles per hour. They said this at about 6:12. So there is still rotation that that the National Weather Service is seeing, and that would certainly be something because we looked at this debris situation. There's still a lot of things, and actually it's now north of Canton, but we're also now starting to see that we've got some debris in the atmosphere near Tundra. This is the second storm. This is the one that has pulsed up significantly in just the last 10 or 15 minutes. So we do have debris north and northwest of the city of Canton. We've also got now some debris in the atmosphere from the storm that is now near the city of Tundra. And this appears to be the one that, at least right now from what I'm seeing, is the strongest of the two. So if you are in Tundra, please, small windowless interior room. Let's back up and we're going to put a path on what we see here. Again, just letting you know that this warning is now in effect until 7 o'clock. It appears that everything is moving off toward the north at 25 miles per hour. So with two areas of concern, according to the National Weather Service, we have two areas of concern. Okay, we do have a storm spotter that says that there is a tornado on the ground near Canton at this very moment. So we have two areas, once again, of concern. We were thinking that the one near Canton was weakening some, and it still may be weakening, but we have a tornado near the city of Canton, also possibly one near the city of Tundra. So putting a path on both of these right now. The one near Canton, we would assume that it's just north of the city, moving to the north at about 25 miles per hour, so Edgewood in about 22 minutes. So you need to be in that small windowless interior room. And anybody that lives north of the city of Canton, along Highway 80, even north of Highway 80 in VanZant County, please be in a small windowless interior room as we speak. That second area near the city of Tundra, right now it is also moving just east of due north at about 25 miles per hour. So in the city of Tundra as we speak, in 16 minutes, it could be near Canton once again. So, yeah, that one is definitely, this one here that we're talking about right now, the Weather Service is indicating that this storm is intensifying very quickly. So Canton, you've already had two confirmations of tornadoes in your area from two separate storms, and now we have a third just to your south. This has been a very active, very nasty late afternoon and evening, and it's not over yet. So if you live in the central sections of VanZant County, near the city of Tundra, all the way up to Canton, and in areas north of Canton, all along Highway 19 here, you need to be in a small windowless interior room. We're talking all the way up near Fruitvale. We're talking about Edgewood. All of these areas, you need to make sure that you are prepared, even on up into Rains County near Emory. At this point, you need to be prepared to get to that small windowless interior room as quickly as you can. And we're starting to see right now that we're starting to get this storm north of Canton is starting to intensify just a bit, but the one near the city of Tundra, this is the one that is really intensifying, and it has over the past, say, 10 or 15 minutes or so. Velocities inside this storm must be really starting to get up there. They're 64 to 77. I mean, folks, we're already talking about 140 miles per hour or higher in this storm, and that is not at the surface. That is elevated by a few thousand feet. So at the surface, they could be more than that. So looking into the storm once again, using our dual polarization activity here, using what we've got, we see a debris ball here. We also see continue to see a debris ball just north of the city of Canton, north and west of Canton. Trying to get my other little arrow here. For some reason, it's not wanting to work. There we go. Just north of Interstate 20. We've also got that one near Tundra. So there's something more than just rain in the air at this point. So these two systems, these two isolated storms in Canton right now are, at least the one near Canton, we were getting confirmation, yes, Jessica, that a tornado was spotted near Canton. We were talking about that earlier. So we've now had a second tornado spotted near Canton from another storm, and we have yet another one just to the south of the city right now, and it looks like it's going to follow Highway 19 very closely over the next, say, 15 to 20 minutes or so. So right now over the city of Tundra, probably just passing north of the city, we're going to follow Highway 19 at about 25 miles per hour. So Canton in 13 minutes, maybe less. And now we're talking about this one possibly going right through the middle of the city. Lawrence Springs in about 30 minutes or so. Edgewood, 38. And then up into the small community in about 46 minutes. And if we look even further to the north, we're talking about Rains County. Rains County, I would be first concerned with the storm along Highway 19 to the north of Canton. That one is likely to pass into your county here within the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes. So if you live between, say, Grand Saline and Edgewood, make sure that you are in a small windowless interior room. We continue to get confirmation that that storm continues to produce a tornado. And there is a very good likelihood that we have yet a separate tornado on the ground right now south of Canton near the city of Tundra. It looks like, as I mentioned, it will follow Highway 19 off toward the north, and it's moving at about, I believe they said it's still at about 25 miles per hour. Let me just verify that. It is moving, let me see here, to the north at 25 miles per hour. That is correct. I just wanted to make sure that I'm giving you the right information as quickly as I possibly can. So moving north at 25 miles per hour, here is that storm. Once again, this is the one near the city of Tundra, south of Canton along Highway 19. 13 minutes, maybe less in Canton. Lawrence Springs, 30 minutes. Edgewood, 38, and Small in 45 minutes. So, as a matter of fact, let me redraw this for you here. I think I had it a little bit too far to the south. I want to make sure I get that Canton time down. 10 minutes Canton, Lawrence Springs, 27. Edgewood, 34, Small, and 42 in Flats in about an hour or so. So we continue to see two storms. One is sitting north of Canton now. It looks like it's approaching Highway 80. And as this storm continues to move off toward the north at 25 miles per hour, it likely continues to do some damage up there using, once again, our dual polarization information that we have available to us. It is indicating to us now that we continue to see that little area, that debris ball along Highway 19, and a second one that appears to be getting larger up near Edgewood and just to the north of the city of Edgewood. So there could be things in the air that are flying around that is not just raindrops. So along Highway 19, it appears now that this storm has moved to the north and east of Tundra, moving along Highway 19 just south of Canton. This is the area, the greatest area of concern at this point. It looks like now it may be maybe try to pass just to the east of Highway 19 with this rotation. So it is still to this. There is also, yeah, Jessica's just indicating there's tree debris along 19. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's moved towards the east of Canton.
Okay, yeah, it looks like, according to what we're hearing from the chat room with the National Weather Service, that there's a lot of debris, a lot of tree debris along Highway 19, and it appears like this storm may move to just to the east of the city of Canton on its current path. So let's, again, put another path on this storm. Just to the east of Highway 19, moving to the north at 25 miles per hour. Still, it looks like it, again, just may pass to the east of the city of Canton in about 10 minutes, but Wentworth nearing you in 14, Lawrence Springs 27, Fruitvale now 34, and Small in 45 minutes. So these are the areas, again, of greatest concern here in East Texas. Still anticipating that we could possibly have something on the ground right up along Highway 19 in the northern parts of VanZant County, because the Weather Service and spotters did still indicate that we had a tornado on the ground crossing over Highway 80 between Fruitvale and Edgewood. So that is another area. This is it appears that this is a weakening storm system, but still residents in Fruitvale, Edgewood, Small, and other communities to the north along Highway 19, heading into Rains County, Emory, Ginger, Flats, all of these areas. Please be in a small windowless interior room, protecting you and your family from the potential damage from a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground. Now we're looking at the rotation here east of Highway 19 and just south of Highway 64. The velocities on this still, I believe, remain quite high, maybe not as high as they were a few moments ago, but there's still 110 mile per hour rotation occurring in this area that is now east of 19, south of Highway 64. In that tornado warning, it looks like they just maybe reissued it in a different position, but still rains in VanZant County until 7 o'clock tonight. So let's back out just a little bit here so we can see exactly where we have that warning right now. Again, right through the central portions of VanZant County all the way up into most of Rains County is where we have this tornado warning. Looking at radar right now, you can see that everything is passing from south to north. We may actually be starting to look at some flash flooding concerns in VanZant County, as well as the heavy rain continues to fall over and over the same locations. And it did that as well in parts of Henderson County earlier this afternoon. But it looks like that may have moved through quick enough to where we're not seeing any significant flooding issues. But we still have that warning in effect for VanZant and Rains counties because of one possible, so this one here has not been confirmed, but I just have a suspicion from what we've seen throughout this afternoon that we're likely to have a tornado on the ground here, but there was also one north of Canton. Not getting any additional information on that one at this point, but you could...
The one to the south and southeast of Canton is confirmed.
Okay, the one now to the south of Canton is confirmed. So we now have a third confirmation of tornadoes in and near the Canton area this afternoon. We also had one in the Eustace area in Henderson County, and you can see with this latest scan that it is really very close to the Canton First Monday grounds right now along Highway 64. If this is indeed on the ground, which we have now had confirmation that we do have a tornado on the ground, this is just to the south and east of the city of Canton. Let's put a path on this one at this point. Folks, I certainly hope you're taking this seriously. Matter of fact, I know you are. I know that you are doing that. So Fruitvale in about 25 minutes. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Thank you, Jessica, for that information, by the way. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground just to the south and east of the city of Canton right now. And again, this is the third tornado that we have had confirmed in the Canton, in and near the Canton area within just the last hour and a half. And again, another confirmation, we had one in the Eustace area. And again, we have received reports of damage from the Eustace area. Fires, trailer homes were hit, debris along Highway 175 in Eustace. And we do have crews on the way to that area. Maybe we'll be able to pass along some pictures for you from that area. We hope that it's not too bad, but we did also hear, I believe, that in the log cabin area, there is no power within the city. And again, all of these areas that I just was talking about, these are in the eastern or the western sections of Henderson County. Malakoff, Log Cabin, Eustace. Say that one more time for me. Okay, all right, this is, we've got now, this is our storm tracker out in the field right now. And where, do you know exactly where she is, Cody? Okay, he's trying to find that, but they are heading toward this storm right now, and they are seeing the rotation in the atmosphere as they kind of head toward that storm. So they're kind of now looking just off of the highway here. I would assume they're on Highway 19, possibly. Is that where they're? Do you know where the storm?
I talked to them. They were trying to head out on 31.
Okay, all right. So they may be actually heading out toward the damage that we experienced earlier today in the Eustace area. But the storm tracker is out. Katie is out there checking things out for us. She does have a driver, so she is operating the cameras in this, so she's not driving and doing this at the same time. So she continues to monitor what's happening out there right now, and but we are continuing to monitor things here as we see what's happening in VanZant County. So let's go ahead and Cody, once you get an exact location for me, I'd appreciate it. And then we'll pop her back up. But let's go to graphics here very quickly, and we'll continue to monitor what's happening out there right now. We still have this area of rotation. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground that was just to the south and east of Canton, and it appears like it is crossing over 64, heading toward Interstate 20 as we speak. So this is closing in on the Wentworth area. And as we did for you earlier, using some of our dual polarization information, we can see that there is a debris ball in the air right now. So this is not just raindrops that's in the atmosphere. There are other things that are in the atmosphere right now that this tornado is putting up into the air. So we're likely to be seeing some damage from this tornado as well near the Canton area. And this is truly unfortunate that we've now had 3 different tornado confirmations in and near the Canton area. Okay, so she is where Highway 64 and 19 meet. So she's in Canton. So they are in Canton right now. So let's go ahead and bring up that photograph. So they are very close to the city of Canton right now, looking at, I believe, some of the rotation in the atmosphere. Bring that up full screen for me, Cody, if you can. This is what they're looking at right now. They are staying away from. I certainly hope that they are staying away from where this storm is moving. But it looks like we could be looking at the rotation in the atmosphere. They are on Highway 64, very close to where it meets Highway 19 in the Canton area. And they are continuing to monitor this for us. Again, Katie is operating the cameras. Who's driving for them out there, Cody? Is Zach driving? So we got Zach driving, and we've got Katie out there operating all of these cameras. So not to worry, they're not doing 2 things at once here. But they are going to try to get the best information that they can for us out in the field. And Cody, as soon as you can get audio from them, I would appreciate it so that we can talk with them. But they are looking at, you can see some heavy rain. You've got lots of puddles out there right now. So again, some flash flooding concerns maybe in the offing here for parts of VanZant County as well. All right, so we get back to the graphics and we see we're getting power flashes in Canton as well. So that is a pretty good indicator that we do have a tornado that is moving through that area, causing some issues with power. It is crossing now over Interstate 20, just to the north and east of the city of Canton. It is east of Highway 19 right now. At least that's where the rotation is being indicated to me at this point. So we're watching this storm continue its movement. We'll put a path on this for you. If it is moving just east of due north, and it appears like that is the case, at about 20 to 25 miles per hour, Fruitvale, 21 minutes is when that's expected to be in your area. Small in 32. Lawrence Springs, though, in 15 minutes. So please take shelter in that small windowless interior room. It is imperative that you do that to stay safe. Trying to look at that the northern parts of the storm, it looks like that is continuing to weaken. But by using the dual pole information, we are seeing still some debris, believe it or not, up near the Emory area. So we could be looking at a tornado that could be up in there that we're just having a little bit of trouble seeing right now. But there could indeed be some rotation up in Rains County at this point. So again, folks, please be in a small windowless interior room. Please be in your tornado safe spot. Crossing over now Interstate 20. We now are seeing that if the tornado is on the ground, it is over Highway or the Interstate 20 to the east of Highway 19. I'm sorry? All right, we do have some video of the tornado that was in Canton. Is this the one that just moved through, or is this the one from early? All right, this is between Canton and Grand Saline on Highway 17. This is from earlier today. I believe this was about an hour ago when we had this tornado on the ground. So this is video of that tornado. Who do we credit for this, Cody? Do you have any idea? But as we look at Andrea Villegas, okay, well, Andrea, please, when you do this, make sure you're safe. And I certainly hope that that was the case. But this is, again, confirmation. This was the tornado about an hour ago in Canton. And we've got another one now just north of the city at this point. So And it's good that this is a rural area, but there are also lots of small communities involved here that we could be looking at some damage to. Again, we showed you earlier, or we told you earlier, that in the Eustace area they've had some major problems. Fires, trailer homes hit, debris on Highway 175, the log cabin area in the western sections of Henderson County, a blackout. They have lost power, but the storm tracker is out. And again, all right, let's go ahead and bring up Katie Vossler. She's a meteorologist. She does GMET for us here. Katie, can you tell us what you see and where you're headed?
Yeah, Mark, can you hear me?
I can, yes. Please go ahead.
Okay, so Mark, we're on Highway 16 right now. We're kind of paralleling the storm. If you're looking at our video, we're actually looking at clouds that are on the east side of the storm, not the storm itself. So we're paralleling the storm at 16. We're just south of I-20 now. We're going to head up north of I-20 when we get there. What we saw before the storm crossed over I-20 was a huge mesocyclone on the ground. Very dark. Looks like it could have some heavy rainfall within it, so it's going to be very hard to see something unless you're very close to it. So if you're close enough to see something, you should be taking shelter, not actually out looking at it. So we're going to head up north to I-20. We're going to head Grand Saline area and see if we can get a better look from that area.
Okay, and as always, please be safe. Please be safe
Absolutely.
out there. All right, that's Katie Vossler, GMET meteorologist here, and they will be safe. I don't want them ever going into the path of this storm away, so that we can at least see and know what's going on the ground. But we will continue to monitor it for you here right now. So let's go ahead and look at these graphics once again and show you what we see. North of Interstate 20 is where the rotation is located at this point. This is to the, it appears like it is to the northwest of Wentworth and southeast, or southwest of Lawrence Springs. That is the area of rotation, continues to be of significant concern as we just kind of watch. Now, I'll put this back into motion for you here just over the last hour and show you how that storm has really whipped up. Now, what's interesting to see here is you can see two separate storms. You see one moving into the warned area right now. That's the one that was earlier this afternoon at close to 6 o'clock, and that may have been the video that we saw just a few moments ago. Now here comes that second one moving to near the city of Tundra and now making its way just east of the city of Canton. So we have had two, as Katie mentioned, mesocyclones. These are thunderstorms that are rotating significantly, move into the same area or very close to the same area just within the last hour. So this is where it is right now. It is to the north and east of the city of Canton. That warning will remain in effect, I believe, until 7 o'clock tonight for that portion of VanZant County that you see there in the red box, also for the majority of Rains County. So this is that tornado warning. Again, the storms are moving to the north at about between 20 and 25 miles per hour. Significant debris has been indicated by these storms as well. We've shown you a few times. This is our dual polarization radar, which is indicating that we still can see debris that is flying in the atmosphere with this tornado just to the north of Interstate 20. Now, I know you're seeing all this stuff up here, but when you see it right in the middle of all that red and then you take it away and you put the scan over the top of it, you know what you're looking at. You know you're looking at debris in the atmosphere that is not just raindrops. So this tornado has elevated some debris into the atmosphere as it continues to spin off toward the north. As it does that, we're going to continue to see folks in many areas here see some really nasty weather, and we're going to put a path for you here. Again, this is now well to the north and east of Canton, moving to the north at between 20 and 25 miles per hour. So Fruitvale in 12 minutes, Small in 23 minutes, Emory now in about 45 minutes, and the city of Point possibly in 56 minutes. Make sure that that small windowless interior room is where you are headed. Fruitvale, please make sure that you're in a small windowless interior room. And if you want to know what that means, if we look at your home, we take the roof off, we look at that center part of the house. You get away from exterior walls, all walls that face the outside of the house. It could be a closet, it could be a bathroom. It might even just be a hallway. Just get there as quickly as you can. Bring your weather app with you so that you can hear what we're saying and make sure that you and your family stay safe. You can kind of see how everything is moving off just east of due north at about 25, maybe up to 30 miles per hour. We still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect for several counties until 7 o'clock for parts of Kaufman County. We also have Hunt County is involved in one, as well as Delta County until 7 o'clock. But it is the tornado warning that remains in effect for VanZant and Rains County that we are certainly most concerned with at this point, because we have now had, from what I can remember, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but we have had 3 separate tornadoes confirmed in and near the Canton area so far today, and I am getting confirmation on that. So we still have another one that is on the ground that is heading toward the Fruitvale area, heading toward the northern sections of VanZant County. You need to be in a small windowless interior room anywhere between Edgewood and Grand Saline. Fruitvale, absolutely, you need to be protecting yourself at this very moment. We have had 3 separate confirmations of tornadoes touching down in and near the Canton area today. We've actually had video and photographs from these storms. We've got numerous storm spotters in East Texas right now that are concentrating on this area. Let's say that one more time. All right, this is not good news. Canton dispatchers out of the city of Canton are reporting numerous injuries out of Canton. Numerous injuries in Canton from these tornadoes that have moved through today. Guys, if you get any additional information, please don't hesitate to pass that along to me. But numerous injuries, according to officials in the city of Canton, from these tornadoes that have moved on through. Let's continue to pray for the folks in Canton and pray that it's just injuries and no fatalities. All right, they have redrawn this tornado warning now, taking the city of Canton out of it. I'm sure that is a sigh of relief for residents in Canton, but this is where the warning is right now. I'm kind of putting a boundary on it for you here with my arrow, but that is the area of greatest concern right now. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. This isn't a thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado. This is a tornado that is on the ground. Velocities in here, I believe, are strengthening once again. We've got 48 to 64. Now we're looking at least 110 miles per hour as this storm nears and is just to the west of Lawrence Springs. Yeah, National Weather Service is indicating that it's heading toward the Fruitvale area, and that's what we have been. A lot of debris is falling from this storm as well, getting all of this information from the National Weather Service, from all of the reports that we have out there. So looking at our dual polarization radar, it is indicating that there is indeed debris in the atmosphere. This is not rain, this is not hail, this is other. So other could be anything being lifted off the ground. It could be wood, it could be rocks, stones, anything. But it is they are showing a debris ball, and if you see right underneath that debris ball is the couplet, is the tornado that has been confirmed on the ground just to the south of the city of Fruitvale. Fruitvale, please get into your small windowless interior room. Edgewood, Grand Saline. Edgewood and Grand Saline, this is a just in case, but Fruitvale, this is not a just in case. I want to make sure that you understand that this is a serious situation. We just got information from Canton that there are numerous injuries within the city of Canton because of 3 separate tornadoes that have moved through that area already this afternoon. Have one heading now toward the Fruitvale area. If you live in a mobile home, you need to try to get to a sturdy shelter. You should have already tried to do that, but if you can get to a sturdy shelter before the storm arrives, do that very quickly. Believe it or not, you're safer outside of a mobile home into a ditch or a low spot. Just get down there and cover your head. But we want to make sure that you understand that this is a confirmed tornado. We do have confirmation that a tornado is on the ground just to the south of Fruitvale, and as you see there, it is now getting even closer. So let's zoom in and see what we're talking about as far as distance is concerned. We're talking, I would imagine, less than a mile, maybe 1 to 2 miles just to the south-southwest of the city of Fruitvale, heading into your general direction. Residents of Lawrence Springs, remain in your tornado safe spot. The city of Edgewood and Grand Saline, just in case, please stay there until we kind of can get this storm north of Highway 80. But at this point, it's just south of the city of Fruitvale, and it continues to move off toward the north at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So let's put a path on this just east of due north, we'll just say at 25 miles per hour, Fruitvale in less than 5 minutes, Emory in 35, Arbala in about 58 minutes. Again, that is outside of the warned area right now. And I apologize if I did not say that city properly, but you know where you live. So this is what we've got for you. Fruitvale residents, immediately get to your small windowless interior room. Do not run outside to try to see if you can see this tornado coming. Don't get a picture. Don't worry about any of that stuff. Just worry about you and your family, getting them as safe as you possibly can with just a few minutes that you have left to do that. We want to make sure that if there are any issues, that there are no people issues. Sure, a tree, a house, something like that, we can rebuild that and move those trees out of the way, but we cannot recreate the human person. So make sure that you continue to obey these simple rules, getting into that small windowless interior room. All right, let's put the radar on this, and we're going to back it up just a bit so that we can kind of see what's been happening and what continues to happen across all of East Texas. You see all of these counties in orange. This is a tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. You also see all of the yellow counties. These are severe thunderstorm warnings until 7 o'clock for the western portions of Henderson County, most of Kaufman County. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Hunt County, parts of northwestern VanZant, parts of Rains, and others. The storms are moving, according to the Weather Service, to the north at about 40 miles per hour. So that's what we have on the additional warnings that are happening in East Texas as we speak. But it is this tornado warning for the northern portions of VanZant County, north of Interstate 20, heading northward, right from Grand Saline over to Wills Point, all the way up into the Rains County area. That's the area of that tornado warning that we currently have in effect. Again, looking at our radial velocity scans from all over East Texas, all of the different radars that we have available to us, all of them are confirming that we do have rotation, and we continue to see rotation in this storm right around the Fruitvale area here in East Texas. So if you are not in a small windowless interior room now in Fruitvale, please take that action now. This is east of Highway 19, west of Grand Saline, south of Emory right now. You can see the rotation in this storm. It is right there, right around the city of Fruitvale as we speak. This is a tornado. This is not a thunderstorm producing a tornado. This is a confirmed tornado at this moment, and we can see on the latest scan it is over the city of Fruitvale as we speak. So there should be some type of rotation, a tornado somewhere very close to the city of Fruitvale right now. We all pray for the residents of Fruitvale at this very moment, hoping that there are no injuries and no fatalities or any major issues. But that is what we see right now. That is the storm of greatest concern at this time in East Texas, crossing over Highway 80 over the city of Fruitvale as we speak. The small windowless interior room, please be there. We want to make sure that you understand. All right, now to the north of Fruitvale, this is all going to, it looks like it's going to be east of Highway 19 is where we are expecting this storm to move, just east of due north, probably following Highway 19 once it crosses over into Rains County is where we're expecting that storm to move. We do have, again, numerous reports and confirmed reports that this is not just a thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado. This is indeed a tornado on the ground. We do our very best to prepare you out ahead of time, letting you know that that the severe alert, the weather alert day for Saturday was going to be a real thing, and indeed that has been the case so far today. So continue to pray for the folks that are in the path of these storms. We've had reports out of parts of Henderson County. There's fires, trailer homes that were hit, debris on Highway 175 near Eustace. We've also got reports now out of Canton of numerous injuries within the city of Canton because of three separate tornadoes that moved through the Canton area today. And the one of concern at this very moment is the one that we're looking at right now, and that's the one in the Fruitvale area, continuing to now pass north of Highway 80, north of Fruitvale, continuing to follow Highway 19 just to the east of Highway 19 and to the north central portions of VanZant County. This warning will stay in effect until 7 o'clock. Likely that it is going to be extended through parts of Rains County as we head through the next, say, 45 minutes to an hour or so. as we watch this storm, it shows really very little sign of weakening over the past, say, 10 to 15 minutes or so. It did pulse down as it left Henderson County, pulsed up as it moved into VanZant County, then went down a little bit, but then very quickly came up just south of the city of Tundra and remains a rather active system at this point over the city of Fruitvale, continuing that movement just east of due north at about 20 to 25 miles per hour or so. So that is the area of greatest concern at this point. Again, it will be crossing over into Rains County within just a few short minutes. As a matter of fact, the storm itself is only about 5 miles from crossing into Rains County. So if you live in Emory, now would be the time to get to that small windowless interior room as quickly as you can. And all residents that live between Fruitvale and Emory, if you live in a rural community just between Fruitvale and Emory along Highway 19, a small windowless interior room is the place for you to be at this very moment. Again, looking at the past, looking at how this storm has moved through, you can see as it moves into VanZant County, it pulsed up quite a bit. And as it moved just east of the city of Canton, it was, I believe, at its strongest point. When it crossed Interstate 20, it remained quite strong and now is over the city of Fruitvale, maybe now just to the north of the city, and again remains relatively strong at this point. The rotation is definitely there just to the north-northeast of Fruitvale. As you can see, I'll give it a little pointer right there. That's where it looks like it's located. And using some of the other radar scans that we have available to us, all showing it in that general area right in there. And using our dual polarization information, we can see that there is still a little less significant debris ball at this point, but just to the north and east of Fruitvale and to the northwest of Grand Saline, we have some activity flying around out there. We still have debris in the atmosphere that is being caused by this tornado. So just to the north and east of Fruitvale is what we have right now. We're getting this is damage here.
These are photos of the storm.
We have photos of the storm right now. Okay, we've got 5 photos that we want to show you. This first one here is from Highway 17 and County Road 118. Leanne Wheeler in VanZant County sent us these photographs. We also have a photograph actually from Fruitvale, Texas. If that photograph can get put up, there's Fruitvale looking at those very, very dangerously dark clouds in Fruitvale. Also in Canton, we've got a photograph from the Canton area. This one, Shelley sent us this one. Shelley Roden sent this picture in of that violent, nasty-looking tornado in the Canton area. Grand Saline, we've got a picture from Grand Saline. Do we have that picture? This looks, okay, this could be one from, I guess, from near the Grand Saline area. Also one in Eustace. I'd like to see that one from Eustace, if we can pop that one up. These are all in one thing. Okay, they're showing us kind of in a little slideshow here. So there's Fruitvale, and it looks like the next one is probably from the Canton area, and then Grand Saline. So we've got numerous photographs of the tornadoes that have moved through East Texas, and God love you. We're praying for everybody out there, folks, because it has truly been a very active few hours here in East Texas already. Okay, we've now extended that tornado warning, so let's go ahead and get back to the graphics, and we will zoom out here and see what we've got. Oh, I see it. Yes, absolutely. A new warning just came out from the National Weather Service, a very fast spin-up in the storm in the southwestern parts of VanZant County. So not only do we have the storm in north of the Fruitvale area, we've got a storm that just very quickly spun up over the west central portions of VanZant County. This is east or west of the city of Wallace, south of the city of Scott. The rotation is right in this general area here. And again, we can just look over just the last 15 minutes. Just look how quickly that one spun up. That was a very, very fast spin up of that storm. Again, this is just the last 15 minutes. So now this storm is warned, and this is getting ready to cross over Highway 243. This is well west of Canton, but it's west of Wallace and southeast of Scott. So if we zoom out of this one and, again, put the expiration time on this tornado warning for you, which is until 7:30 this evening, it said that we had a tornado, a severe thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado moving off toward the north at 20 miles per hour. Also some quarter-size hail being indicated in this storm. So if we, again, we find this storm west of Canton and move it off toward just east of due north at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Here are some of the communities that could be affected by this new rotating storm. Wills Point in 29 minutes, Small in 40 minutes, East Tawakoni in 59 minutes. Again, this is a very rural area of VanZant County, but nonetheless, we have folks that live there, and we want you to understand that we want you to be very, very safe here. So if you live south of Interstate 20, near the Scott community, west of Wallace, we want you now in that small windowless interior room as this storm continues to pulse upwards as it heads off toward just east of due north at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So going back now to the other storm that we were talking about earlier, this one now appears that it's getting ready to cross over into Rains County. Almost looks like this is really going to, probably the next scan will put it across into Rains County here very shortly. So if you live in the city of Emory, Bright Star, Ginger, any of these locations that are on the map here, you need to be in that small windowless interior room. The storm is not quite in your county yet, but it's not going to take it long before it actually gets into your area. So let's put a path on this storm that we have for you now, moving just east of due north at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So it could be near Emory in less than 25 minutes. So please, residents of the central and the south central portions of Rains County, it's now time for you to be in that small windowless interior room. This is becoming a very dangerous situation, continues to be a very dangerous situation as we watch these storms, and we continue to get confirmation on all of the different radar scans that we have available to us. It is showing very clearly here that it is just getting ready to cross over into Rains County, and it will follow Highway 19 very closely. So if you live in Rains County, along Highway 19, please, a small windowless interior room is imperative for your safety, you and your family. That is a confirmed tornado. That is something that we do know it is on the ground. We've had numerous reports of this tornado being on the ground. We have, this is, okay, so that's, we now have video of the Eustace tornado. Is that what this is? Not yet. Okay, you're still working it. Now, I got some information here that I think is incorrect as far as the highway is concerned. But if this was indeed the Eustace tornado you guys are working on, let me know about it, and let me continue with this one here. But again, if we look using our dual polarization radar information, we do have a debris ball. This is north and east of Fruitvale, so we could be looking, there's a tornado there. It doesn't look like the debris is as significant as it was earlier, but this is, okay, this is certainly something that we want to keep our eye on very carefully. Again, using other radars, trying to see if we can really pick this up. It does look like that is an area of concern because there is debris in the atmosphere from these storms, and this one is just getting ready to cross over into Rains County. All right, this is video, from what I understand, this is from Eustace. Is that correct? Okay. All right, Jody sent this of the tornado in the Eustace area. That is just a horrifying sight to see something like that on the ground. I mean, I'm really at a loss for words when you see something like this. You just want to drop to your knees and pray. All those people on the roadway just sitting there. It's just such a dangerous situation. You can see how it's moving across the roadway right there. And from what I would imagine, those folks were as horrified as we are right now watching this tornado in the Eustace area as it passed on through. Goodness gracious. And we've had several pictures and videos from across East Texas today because of these tornadoes that have moved through. And we have still a few more on the ground that we are watching very carefully for you. We have another much more broader rotation crossing over now. It looks like, well, let me make sure that I'm getting the right portion of this storm. It looks like we may actually be looking at yet another area of rotation starting to form in East Texas. There's just one after another around Wallace. Yeah, this would indicate that it's just to the west and northwest of Wallace near Scott. All of these areas please, if you live in these areas, get into a small windowless interior room. It really is imperative that you do that, because each time that we see these tornadoes, possible tornadoes, they end up being confirmed tornadoes. So we're gonna back up just a bit to show you all of the different warnings that we have in effect. The tornado warnings for parts of VanZant County until 7:30, and the area that we're looking at here, this is the warning that is in effect until 7:30 because of that possible tornado near Wallace. We also have another tornado warning for parts of VanZant and Rains County until 7 o'clock, and we've also seen it kind of extended up into parts of Rains County until 7:30 this evening because of these piggyback storms that continue to ride this area of instability through East Texas. And we'll look back into all of this to see what we have to show you here. It appears now that the tornado is crossing over into Rains County, south of Emory, just east of Highway 19, is moving off toward the north, will likely follow the highway. So if you live in Rains County, south of Emory, east of Highway 19, you can see Highway 69 moving through town as well. Please be in a small windowless interior room, taking shelter and taking this storm very seriously, because this is not a possible tornado. This is a confirmed tornado. And this is one that actually went through the Canton area earlier today, and it remains on the ground. So it's a very powerful, long-lived tornado that is on the ground at this point. All right, we're going to have to move to other radars to see some of these others. Here's the one here, a broad area of rotation in this general area, now crossing north of Highway 243, heading toward Interstate 20 in the western portions of VanZant County. We were looking also earlier that a possible more rotation was beginning to develop in the southern parts of this warned area. It doesn't look like it's as nasty looking as it was just a few moments ago. But we know that we have one confirmed tornado on the ground right now, and that's the one that is now over the southern portions of Rains County, and it is south of Emory. The rotation is quite broad, but we do know for a fact that this is a tornado that is on the ground right now and continues to move just east of due north. It is now in Rains County, and using again our dual polarization radar to look at debris balls, we're not seeing as much debris as we saw earlier today in this storm. So that may just be a sign that the storm is weakening somewhat, but we're still, without question, we're seeing from several different radar vantage points, we're showing that we do have rotation in the atmosphere. Hopefully this storm is weakening. The debris ball does not appear to be as large or as significant as it was earlier, but this is east of Highway 19. You can see this is Highway 19 right here. This is Highway 69 heading out of Alba, heading toward Emory. So this is the area of concern. Rains County, east of 19, south of 69. You all need to be in that small windowless interior room. And if you're just joining us and you're not sure what that is or what we're talking about, well, this is the tornado safe spot. First of all, if you have a basement or a storm shelter, you need to be there. If not, you need to be in that small windowless interior room. Get as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can if the tornado is moving where you are. Again, a more broad look of East Texas. You can see the storms continuing to race through. You can see the cold front finally starting to make its way into East Texas. The storms are forming along this frontal boundary pretty much right on schedule as we had been anticipating for the past several days. But it has certainly gotten very active here in East Texas. Started about 5 o'clock this afternoon, and it has really gone nonstop. All the counties in orange, those are tornado watches until 10 o'clock. And this is the area of greatest concern. Let's turn off the lightning and see what we've got. We have very strong storms in parts of Kaufman, VanZant, and Rains County right now, also southern sections of Hunt County. Guys, if you've got the Storm Tracker vehicle, if you have them available, I'd like to talk with them here soon if you can get a hold of them. But when we look underneath all of this, we can see all of the different radar scans that we have available to us, all showing that at least we have one tornado on the ground, remaining on the ground, and this one is south of Emory, and it is east of Highway 19. The rotation in this storm remains quite tight. It is broadening somewhat, but we still have very strong winds. That's over 110 miles per hour as far as rotation is concerned. And if we back up just a little bit, we can kind of watch how this has progressed over the last hour or so. Again, we have the ability to do that for you, to loop these velocity scans. Look at the storm just east of Canton at that point, moving off toward the north, always east of Highway 19. And as it moved into Rains County, you can see that it is absolutely, without question, still there. And the rotation remains, and the tornado remains more than likely on the ground here between Highway 19, east of 19, and south of Highway 69. So residents of Bright Star, Ginger, Emery, all in that tornado safe spot as we speak. We need to be there. We need to take this seriously, because this isn't something that might be a tornado. This is an absolute guarantee that this is a tornado. This has been a long-lived tornado. It moved through the Eustace area, went on up through Canton, and is continuing to be on the ground south of Emery and moving off just east of due north at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So here is a path on this storm right now. We'll just move it up at about 24. You can see even into the Sulphur Springs area now, we're talking in about an hour. Arbala, again, I apologize if I said your city incorrectly, but 31 minutes to you. The Brasher area in about 50 minutes. And we continue to get very powerful look inside this storm. I mean, this is something that you rarely see when you get this white in the middle there. That is a 141-mile velocity that this radar is picking up in the atmosphere right now, just to the southwest of Ginger and to the southeast of Emery. We've got possibly as much as 200-mile-per-hour rotation in this storm right now. I hope that that's a false return. I hope that's bad data right there. But if not, we have a powerful thunderstorm producing a tornado on the ground just south of Highway 69, east of Highway 19, just to the south and west of the city of Emery. This is really something that you don't see that often. More of a gasp than anything, what we're seeing right now. So this is something that we just really need to keep our eyes on right now. Movement, again, just east of due north. Let's put a path on this. And again, we see a new scan. That white area has gone away, but still lots of bright reds. So Ginger in less than 5 minutes. Arbala, 28 minutes. So please be in a small windowless interior room. This storm is a very dangerous situation. Very strong winds associated with this tornado. We have a possible tornado again in parts of VanZant County. That one is much more difficult to see right now. But we do have some rotation showing up just south of Interstate 20 right now in the western portions of VanZant County. It is to the south and west of Highway 64 and north of 243. We zoom in a little bit closer here, and we can see that it is just to the east of the city of Scott. We'll continue to update you here in just a few moments, but we've got Lane Lucky, who now has some damage reports for us here in East Texas. Lane?
Yeah, Mark, we're keeping an eye on exactly what's happening as we learn more about what is being reported by various law enforcement agencies as well as trained storm spotters in the area. Just the latest here that we're seeing, the Grand Saline Sun is reporting 2 houses are collapsed on FM 2401 in the Canton area. If you're familiar with the area, that's just to the west of Texas Highway 198, so to the south and west of the First Monday Trade Days area. So this weekend, of course, you're going to have a lot of people in the area for First Monday Trade Days. So a lot of people unfamiliar with East Texas and maybe unfamiliar with what happens when there's severe weather. So again, we're hearing 2 houses have collapsed on 2401. That's FM 2401 in the Canton area, just to the southeast, the southwest side of town off Texas Highway 198. Texas storm chasers are actually reporting that there's debris that apparently has been carried from as far away as 30 miles from the Canton area into the Canton area. So that would support everything Mark is telling us as far as the power of this system and the debris reports that we're seeing. Weather Nation which is another storm chaser agency, also reporting some cars overturned on I-20 near the Canton area. We're doing our best to try and get our crews safely to that area so we can let you know exactly what's happening here in East Texas. But keep in mind, this is still happening right now, and so we have to keep our crews safe. We need to keep you safe as well, and so it's very important for you to stay at home, stay sheltered, especially if you're in this path of the storm. The areas that Mark keeps telling us about, for everyone's sake, stay put, do not go outside and do any sightseeing at this point. Again, you're seeing right now some video that we've had come in from the Eustace area. This was on 175 heading toward the Athens area. You can actually see here on your screen it crossing what appears to be the highway. And so this is just a mile east of Eustace, what you're seeing right now. We'll head back to Mark.
Lane, we're getting some information right now I just want to let you know about, that they are setting up triage on the west side of Canton High School because of all of the injuries that have occurred in the Canton area. So the west side of Canton High School, they are setting up triage because of all of the injuries that have occurred. And again, Lane, you know this, we've been telling everybody, there have been 3 separate tornadoes that moved through the Canton area this afternoon since about 5 o'clock. And I'm not even sure that it's over, to tell you the truth.
Right, Mark. We're just learning now that ETMC in Tyler is on yellow alert. They're preparing for as many as 40 patients from the affected areas. So we're just learning this. Again, ETMC in Tyler now at a yellow alert. So that would confirm exactly what you're seeing here. Many, many injuries and potentially more to come.
That's really unfortunate, Lane. And thank you so much for that. Do you have more information for us, Lane, or is that...
For now, we're still working with law enforcement to gain information as best as we can.
Excellent. And if you get more, please come in and let us know. We need to know that, as well as we need to know what's going on out there right now. So we're looking at our high-resolution radar at this point, and you can see that there are still some very powerful thunderstorms moving through parts of East Texas right now. So let's go ahead and look at it up close. We can see still a couple of tornado warnings remaining in effect for the western and north central portions of VanZant County. That will remain in effect until 7:30. We've also got until 7:30 for another portion of VanZant County and Rains County. So we have storms. Okay, we've got Katie Vossler right now out in the storm tracker unit. And Katie, oh goodness. Katie, tell us what you see.
Mark, I know our video is very, very dark because, of course, it's getting darker here with the clouds and the sun setting. But we're sitting on Highway 80 in the Fruitvale area. From where I'm sitting, it looks like an 18-wheeler on its side, off on the eastbound lanes of Highway 80. Traffic is pretty much stopped. To the left of and to the south of Highway 80, from where that 18-wheeler is, it looks like major damage. Unfortunately, from where I stand, it's just rubble. I'm not sure if that was a structure, if it was a mobile home. There are trees snapped in the area, power lines across the road, and there's actually a small house just on the north side of Highway 80. There's trees down. And it's dark, so I don't want to say that I can confirm this, but it looks like the entire house might have been moved off the foundation. Most of the roof is gone, and I would say major damage in this area. We're seeing a lot of people walking down the highway. I haven't had a chance to talk to any of the first responders yet. I don't want to interrupt them because them responding to this is much more important than them talking to me, but they are out in the wreckage. It looks like they could be looking to make sure there are no people injured in that area. But if you are between Edgewood and Grand Saline near the Fruitvale area, don't try to drive along Highway 80 in either direction between Edgewood and Grand Saline. It's completely shut down here at Fruitvale.
All right, Katie, and as always, you be safe as well.
Yes, sir.
I have to apologize. I did not expect to see that. These are times that, you know, we're sitting in a nice safe studio, we're forecasting and showing you where tornadoes could be. But when you see stuff like that, it gets to you. Please pray. Pray for my strength too, so I can get through this. But this is, you really almost never expect this to happen where you are. And it has now happened, and we've got to take this very seriously, and it's not over yet. And that's really unfortunate. So let's get back to graphics and let's see what else we've got to show you here, folks. Again, yeah, the warning for VanZant County has been canceled, and they just redefined the one for Rains County. We told you earlier, excuse me, I apologize, folks. We showed you that area of rotation that was just south of Interstate 20, that was weakening and it was broadening, and according to the National Weather Service, they no longer feel that is producing a tornado. But we're still up in the Emory area, still looking at some significant rotation going on there. It is broadening as well along Highway 19 just to the north and east of Emory. We want to make sure that you are all as safe as you possibly can. Anywhere along Highway 19 in Rains County, this warning will remain in effect until 7:30 for Rains County. It's now only the central and northeastern part of the county at this point. But if you live north of Emory along Highway 19, please make sure that you are in a small windowless interior room to make sure that you are safe. We've seen, as we saw just a few moments ago, some significant damage happening, homes destroyed. And again, we told you earlier that a triage has been set up on the west side of Canton High School for all of the injuries that have occurred in Canton. 3 separate tornadoes have moved through there. ETMC is now on code yellow or yellow alert, is that correct, Lane? For receiving up to 40 patients that we know of, at least right now. Excuse me, everybody, I really apologize for that. But this warning for Rains County remains in effect until 7:30. Looking and using, once again, our dual polarization look into the storm. It does not look like we've got as much debris flying around in this storm as we had with others. It does continue to show, however, that we have a very broad area of rotation, not as significant as we saw earlier, but this would really be over the northeastern sections of Rains County from what we can see right now. And as the National Weather Service redrew this tornado warning, they were saying that a confirmed tornado was located near Emory, or 18 miles to the southwest of Sulphur Springs, moving north at 30 miles per hour. Ping pong ball size hail is also possible, and this was actually spotted. A weather spotter confirmed this tornado. They were indicating that there was debris flying in the air at that point, but now that we're looking at this possible tornado, or not a possible tornado, excuse me, this is an actual tornado that's on the ground. This was reported about 3 minutes ago in and near the Emory area, moving to the northeast. I got to check that one more time. I want to make sure that I get a good path on this for you folks. It is moving off toward the north at 30 miles per hour. So if we put a path on that storm, and it looks like it's actually starting to pulse up a little bit here. You can see just to the north and east of Emory along Highway 19, again, starting to maybe regenerate just a little bit, or maybe the radar is just really starting to pick it up a little bit better, moving just east of due north at 30 miles per hour. It has sped up just a little bit. So in the Bonanza area in about 9 minutes, in the Greenview area in 14, the Brasher vicinity in 27, Sulphur Springs 34, and the Tyra area in about 59 minutes or so. So this is where this tornado would likely be if it stays on the ground for the next hour. It has already been on the ground for a very long time, and it is just east of Highway 19, northeast of Emory, south of the Bonanza community. So if you are anywhere in this area along Highway 19 north of Emory, please don't travel on that roadway. Please get yourself to a small windowless interior room. Protect yourself the very, very best that you can. Where, again, as I mentioned to you earlier, we're not getting a lot of debris being indicated from our radars at this point. There are some showing up there, a little bit showing up from other radars at this point, but when you kind of put the radial velocity scan back on it, you see that it's really right underneath some of that debris that is indicated, because those radar beams are several thousand feet above the ground in this specific area, so it may not be picking up some of that debris as well. But we are looking at some rotation right now just to the northeast of Emory, east of Highway 19, heading off toward the north at about 30 miles per hour. I know we've got other things happening in East Texas. as far as the weather is concerned, so let's go ahead and back away and see what we've got going for you here. We have very, very powerful thunderstorms in parts of Kaufman and VanZant County at this moment. I turned off the lightning just because there is so much of it. It is difficult to see what's underneath it, but you can see near Wills Point, just to the west and northwest of Canton, south of West Tawakoni, some very powerful thunderstorms in progress right now. Looking at the hail that is underneath this, it is quite large in several areas just west of Canton, south of Interstate 20, over 1.5 inches in diameter. Parts of Kaufman County, north of Gun Barrel City, which is in Henderson County, over 1 inch in diameter. Just east of Wills Point, we've got about 1 inch in diameter or so in hail. And again, we can do something here that not a lot of folks can do for you here. We can actually loop the hail. We can show you how the hail has moved over the last hour. And you can see it is moving maybe a little bit. Okay, we got an update from TxDOT. Is that Lane? Go ahead and update us, please.
To let you know that TxDOT is mobilizing some of its crews to respond in VanZant County. Apparently, before the reported tornado moved through the area, they were on FM 17, which runs kind of north and south and intersects with Interstate 20. They were removing trees from the roadway and had to take shelter as the reported tornado was moving through. Right now, they don't have reports of any closures in the area, but caution is advised. Of course, if we're talking about debris on the roadway, that could pose a hazard, as well as any down power lines as well. Encore reporting plenty of outages throughout East Texas right now. But again, TxDOT is mobilizing crews to move through the area and determine if roads are passable right now. But there are reports of debris on roadways all across VanZant County, so use caution if you absolutely have to be out on the roadway. But of course, Mark and others, law enforcement, all advising stay off the roads right now in the greater Canton area. Mark, back to you.
And we just got another tornado warning for VanZant County, unfortunately. This tornado, let me see, it is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Once again, over Curtis Creek State Park, or about 7 miles to the northeast of Gun Barrel City, moving to the northeast. This one is moving very slowly at 15 miles per hour. So what we're talking about here is a possible tornado. But with what we have seen here lately, this would certainly not surprise me that this one is going to get to the ground very quickly. This would be near the Odom community right now. This is south of Highway 198. You can see the Roddy and the Falba community. This is the southwestern portion of VanZant County. And again, this warning will remain in effect until 8:15. This, according to the National Weather Service, this one is moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour. And I honestly hate to see that movement in this storm because it's moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour. Believe it or not, it could be in the Canton area in less than an hour. We have, come on in, just tell me, just come on in, Melissa. Melissa, please come in.
I was just going to say we're going to have a live shot here shortly from Fran.
Okay.
And from our live looking with Arthur in Canton.
Okay, so we've got 2 crews in Canton right now, and we're going to have a live shot from them in a few minutes. Please just come in and talk to me. You don't have to write anything down. We're all working hard here just for you guys. So we do have 2 crews in Canton right now. We will have a live report from them coming up in just a few minutes. This warning, again, will remain in effect until 8:15 for the southwestern quadrant of VanZant County. I'll move out just a little bit so you can see exactly what I'm talking about here. This is the southwestern quadrant of VanZant County. And as you can also see, this part of the county is also under a severe thunderstorm warning. And that severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Kaufman, Henderson, and VanZant County will remain in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. So there is that severe thunderstorm warning for this same area. Wind gusts possibly up to 65 miles per hour. And the storms are moving, again, slowly to the northeast at only 15 miles per hour. So what we're looking at this very moment is possibility that we have yet another tornado on the ground over the far southwestern portions of VanZant County. We might also be looking at some rotation. Okay, we've got a picture here from Francesca Washington from the Eustace area. This is, oh my God. This is from Eustace, of some home damage that occurred from the tornadoes that moved through that part of East Texas from earlier today. Folks, we have to take what's happening out there as seriously as we've ever taken weather situations in East Texas. So we do have this damage. We thank Fran for sending that in to us. But we have other things, again, that we're talking about right now, and that is more storms possibly in VanZant County. So let's go ahead. Do we have any additional photographs from Fran, or is this it?
Mark, this
Okay.
looks like it probably would be a home from what we're seeing here. You can look in the center of your screen and you can see what appears to be a vanity light on what was a wall.
Lane, come on over here. Come on over
there
here
in
with me.
the center
Yeah,
of the
Lane was
screen.
looking at this photograph a little bit closer, and tell me what you were thinking there.
I believe it looks like it would be a home. We're waiting to go live to our Francesca Washington, who is in Eustace. But if you look there on the bottom right of your screen, that looks like a stackable washer and dryer as well.
It does.
You know, so you'd have to imagine that this is a home. We're still waiting to talk to our crews there who are in touch with law enforcement. They're in the field to learn more about any possible injuries. You know,
We do know that there are many injuries in Canton. We've got that triage that is set up on the west side of Canton High School right now. But I would imagine, hopefully no one was home in this situation. I mean, you know, let's just hope that they weren't there.
Of course, the VanZant County Sheriff saying many injuries.
Right.
The extent of those at this point, we do not know.
But we know that ETMC is on code yellow or yellow alert right now with at least 40 patients.
Preparing for as many as 40
patients. All right, so Lane, thank you so much. And please, just come in anytime. You don't have to whisper to me, just come in and talk. Let's get back to the graphics. There we are, looking at another possible tornado in VanZant County right now. This is over the southwestern part of the county, and we'll zoom in just a little bit closer so we can show you some of the communities that could be affected by this here very soon. It appears that it is just along Highway 198 near the Roddy community, near Falba as well. So these are areas you need to be in a small windowless interior room as quickly as you possibly can. We could also be looking at some rotation near the Witten community as well. So we could have a couple of small storms that are spinning up as we speak, looking at to see if we see any debris in any of these storms. Just don't see it, at least at this point. So that's one small sign of good news, that we're not seeing anything strong enough that it could be producing any debris. But we do see areas of rotation. You guys need to tell me something? Okay, I thought they were trying to tell me something in my ear. But what we're looking at is, again, another tornado warning, and this is for a very slow-moving tornado off toward the northeast at about 15 miles per hour, and we will assume that it's right along Highway 198. Again, not as easily seen as the one was earlier, moving to the northeast at 15. It could be in Canton in about 50 minutes or so. The Jackson area in about 28, Wallace in about 42 minutes. So these are areas of concern. I know we've got a lot that's going on in the Canton area right now, but I want you just to understand that there is so much going on in Eustace and in Canton right now. Please stay away from those areas. Let the law enforcement officials continue to do their job to make sure that everybody is safe. We're now looking at the storm in Rains County. This one has pulsed up yet again. This was a confirmed tornado, and we're now looking at the northeastern portions of Rains County. And definitely some type of rotation going on here, folks. If you live in the Arbala area, and again, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that city, but from Bonanza to Arbala to Seymour, these are all areas that need to be in a small windowless interior room. We now have a tornado warning for most of Hopkins County right now because of this. According to the National Weather Service, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Emory. That was a little while ago, but this is now moving into the northeastern quadrant of Rains County. It says it's moving to the north at about 30, and it says that this storm has had a history of producing large, damaging tornadoes. As we know, we have seen some of the pictures, we've seen some of the damage, and again, just continuing to pray for everybody that's in the path of this potential this damage here. We could actually, folks, to tell you the truth, could be looking at two areas of concern right now. One over the northeastern quadrant of Rains County, and then a second that could be right now just to the west of Highway 19. We could be looking at some rotation there near the Greenview community. So what we're going to do is we'll make a larger storm path as opposed to a cone. We will take a swath of this storm right here and then move it off toward the northeast at about, I believe they said this one's moving a little bit faster. So here are some of the communities. Sulphur Springs in about 18 minutes, Birthright in about 33, Dyke in about 40, and then Sulphur Bluff in 56 minutes. So what we're looking at are two separate tornado warnings right now, one for the central and northeastern portions of Rains County for another 3 minutes, and then one for all of, or the majority of Hopkins County until 8:15. So as we kind of move back toward the newest tornado warning that we have in effect, we're still having a little bit of an issue trying to pinpoint the exact location of where this tornado would be located at this point, trying to look at all of the different scans that we have available to us. It does, though, look like we've got rotation, at least from a few of the radar scans, right in this general area, right along Highway 198, and this is in the southwestern portions of VanZant County near Falba, south of the Witten area. So if you live in Jackson, you live in Witten, in Falba, Wallace, Canton, unfortunately, again, Canton. We've got a lot of people outside doing their best to protect everyone, but if you are listening, watching, or hearing us from Canton, there is the potential for yet another tornado to move into the Canton area here within a very short period of time. This one is moving off toward the northeast at about 15 miles per hour, so it could be near Canton in less than 45 minutes. So just be aware of that. If you are in the Canton area right now and listening, watching on the app or whatever the case may be, there is the potential that another tornado could be near the Canton area very, very soon. Again, we have the other tornado warnings. We now have one for parts of Wood County as well. So we've got a lot of things happening out there right now, and we kind of knew that this was going to happen today, but we have that tornado warning for parts of Wood County and the far northwestern portions of Smith. At this point, I'm not really sure that Smith should be involved in that, but we are showing that according to the National Weather Service, this could be near the, this actually popped up as the wrong cell. Let me try to get the right one up here. All right, it's not showing me the right information here, but we do have a warning there for parts of the western sections of Wood County, and I'll try to get the right information for you here coming up in just a few minutes. But we do have Katie Vosler right now, and she is in the storm tracker. Katie, what's going on where you are right now? Tell us where you are, first of all. Katie, can you hear me? I guess you can't hear me. All right, she believes that this photo that you're looking at right now, that this is a home that was actually moved on its foundation. And do we have a Highway 80 in the Fruitvale area as they were traveling through there? They believe that this home was actually moved off of its foundation. Again, in the Fruitvale area, that is the northern portions of VanZant County along Highway 80. So we want you just to continue to be alert of what's happening here in East Texas. Let's, again, getting back to the graphics if we can, we're starting to see the storm in the northeastern sections of Rains County is pulsing up once again. This is the same tornado that moved through Canton a while ago. It's now pulsing up and now has appeared to be moving into the south central portions or the southwestern portions of Hopkins County right now. This storm is moving off toward the north, according to the National Weather Service, at about 30 miles per hour. So we back up here, and we're going to put a path on this one for you, moving to the north at about 30 miles per hour. And everything is moving a little bit east of due north. So Sulphur Springs in about 19 minutes, Birthright in about 37. In the Cooper area, that's up in Delta County, 49 minutes. And then in the Enloe area, in about 57 minutes or so. So this storm continues to be very violent. This is the storm that went through Canton, and it's been on the ground now for quite some time, and continues to move just east of due north, heading now toward the Sulphur Springs area. So residents in Sulphur Springs, the small windowless interior room is where you need to be as we speak. This is going to follow fairly close to Highway 19 as it enters into the southern, southwestern portions of your county, heading towards Sulphur Springs. And you do need to be protecting you and your family right now. This is going to move along the highway Greenview, Bonanza. It looks like the storm has already passed through the Bonanza area, heading along Highway 19 toward the Sulphur Springs area. So if you're in the Brashear area or Martin Springs, Sulphur Springs, you need to be in a small windowless interior room protecting you as we speak. We're seeing another area of rotation that could be moving out of Rains County into portions of Wood County right now. This is in the northern portions of the county at this point. So if you live, say, west of Eustace in the northwestern portions of Wood County, you also need to be in a small windowless interior room as we speak. We've got an area of very broad rotation being indicated in this area. So please be aware that we've had several tornadoes on the ground today, and it does appear that the strongest cell is right now over the southern portions, the southwestern portions of Hopkins County, and that one is going to move along Highway 19, as most of the others have done, just east of due north. Okay, we're now going to head to Canton. This is a live shot right now out of Canton. There are just a lot of people, I'm sure, they just can't believe what they have seen so far today. Can we kind of get a little bit of information on what we're looking at? Guys have any idea? Okay, they're working on it right now, but again, this is... If we have some audio coming from the scene, let's try to bring that up. All right. Well, we'll go back to this live video.
I'm on 64.
Yeah, we're on 64.
64.
They're on Highway 64 in Canton, from what I'm hearing.
Okay. All right, I'll call. Hey. Okay, we'll do.
What?
Bye-bye.
Confirmed? Confirmed on the ground.
Okay, I just heard someone say confirmed on the ground. So I'm not quite sure what they're looking at right now, but folks are getting a little bit antsy. They're on Highway 64 near the...
Mark, it looks like there are power lines there across the road, of course, and so this is why it is... you always hear law enforcement, Mark, our other meteorologist, always reminding folks not to head out and look around, especially after a storm, because it's impossible to know whether those lines are still live, whether there's still electricity.
Always assume that they are.
Exactly.
Always assume that power lines are live. And you see cars going across these lines right now. Again, there's just a lot of chaos going on.
And it's surprising to see
we
the
have
number of...
Arthur's audio's up. Go ahead and bring up Arthur.
Okay, they said another tornado's been spotted on the ground here in Canton.
Okay, they're saying that another tornado has been spotted on the ground in Canton.
They said another tornado's been spotted here on the ground in Canton.
Okay. Well, let's go to radar right now.
Storm chasers.
Storm chasers. Now, I'm not sure that they're actually saying that it's on the ground in Canton, which is very possible because of all of the chaos that we've seen throughout the day today. I'm seeing we definitely are looking at a couple of areas in this warning where we could be looking at rotation right now. This one would be just west of Canton from what we're seeing here, crossing over Highway 243. But as far as looking actually in the city of Canton right now, we're not seeing that. But again, that's not to say that it's not happening. But we're not picking that up from our scans, at least at this point. But we are picking up one there just to the south and west of the city of Canton. This one could be very near the Falba area, heading along Highway 198 toward the Jackson community. So we could be looking at the possibility of a tornado there. We could also be looking at yet another one here to the south and west of Tundra. We just have so much happening in the atmosphere right now. Very, very unstable, and certainly more could be on the way as we head throughout the remainder of this afternoon, or the remainder of the night tonight. This warning for the southwestern parts of VanZant County will stay in effect until 8:15. And please be aware that that is not the only warning that we have in effect for East Texas right now. We've also got one for the western parts of Wood County right now, looking at the possibility that we could have a tornado on the ground near the Eustace area as we speak, near Farm to Market Road 515, just south of the city. This would be moving also just east of due north. But we do have a larger system over the south central portions of Hopkins County right now. The warning for Hopkins County will be in effect until 8:15. And as we look at this one here, we do have a broad area of rotation that is showing up in this general area right there, but we could also be looking at a secondary rotation just to the east of Seymour. So we do have a lot happening out there right now. As far as checking to see if we've got any debris in the atmosphere, just does not look like it was as significant as earlier today when we saw the storms moving through Canton. So if this is on the ground still in these locations, well, there we go. We finally got a brand new scan here. So we are definitely looking at rotation along Highway 154, just south of the Sulphur Springs area. Very broad rotation right now. But if you are in Martin Springs, Sulphur Springs, Riley Springs, Seymour, Greenview, any of these locations that you see on the map, you need to be in a small windowless interior room now. This storm is pulsing up once again. If you live in the Sulphur Springs area, a lot of people don't think that major cities or big cities can get tornadoes, but that is absolutely false. So make sure that you are in a small windowless interior room. The Tyra area, anywhere in this red box, you really need to be protecting yourself. This storm is moving just east of due north. This one was going a little bit faster at about 30 miles per hour. So Sulphur Springs in 10 minutes, Dyke in 26, the Tyra area in about 34, and then even beyond that, the Charleston and the Broadway communities in 42 and 59 minutes. So this is a very broad storm. It's a large storm. Velocities within this are expected to be quite large. There's 75, so we're at least sitting close to 100 miles per hour in velocities. Again, this is above the ground, so it could be and should be much stronger closer to the surface. And we're now looking at, again, the possibility that we could be looking at another tornado kind of heading toward the Canton area. This would be along Highway 198, just to the south and west of the city. And again, it probably be right in this vicinity here. So following the Highway 198, kind of heading toward the Canton area. So be aware that we are watching all of these different scans that we have available to us, trying to pinpoint what is out there for you. And so far, we have seen some incredible damage from many areas, from Eustace, from the Fruitvale area, but we do have several tornado warnings that are in effect for East Texas right now. I'll put those on the map for you here. We've got until 8:15 for the southwestern portions of VanZant County. We've got rains and parts of VanZant County until 8:30. We've also got parts of Wood County. Now, Smith County, I don't think, at least at this point, not going to have to worry about that. But thunderstorm was certainly possibly producing a tornado in the northern portions, the northwestern portions of Wood County. And then we have the one for Hopkins County until 8:15. So as far as what radar looks like under all of this, you can see just a tremendous amount of lightning in all of this. We'll just put it into motion for you here so that you can see how things have progressed over the last 3 hours. More and more storms continuing to build in as this cold front moves through. We now have a flash flood warning for parts of Henderson County. We knew that we were going to be getting some very heavy rain out of this as well, so there's a flash flood warning until 10:45 for the western portions of Henderson County, not including the city of Athens at this point, because Athens hasn't really even received much rain, but the western parts of the county certainly has, and the tornado warnings are still there. We have numerous tornadoes that we've had confirmed on the ground as we progress throughout this late afternoon and evening hours, and certainly more are possible. Jessica, are you getting any more info for me here?
Mark, I do have an update for you on some injuries coming in. We've learned from ETMC that the hospital in Athens has received 9 patients as of about 10 minutes ago. They were brought by EMS, by ambulance. Right now their conditions are unknown. We're still trying to learn that information. But again, 9 patients have been brought to ETMC in Athens. We've also learned that...
Do we know if they were from Canton or from Eustace?
That is unclear at this point.
Okay,
we're
still
still
working.
working.
9 patients, severe weather
That
issues.
have been brought to ETMC in Athens related to today's storms. We're also learning that a 22-passenger ambulance bus is being brought in from Palestine to Canton. So that may give you another idea of what type of emergency, what type of situation first responders are preparing for at this time. A 22-passenger ambulance bus being brought into Canton to assist with the response there. Mark?
Okay, Lane, thank you so much. Anytime you get more info, please just let us know. We need to stay informed on what's happening and what could possibly happen. So that's why we're here doing what we're doing for you here, letting you know and trying to keep you as safe as we possibly can. All right, so what you're seeing on radar here is this is just over the last 3 hours in East Texas. The storms started to move in, and once they got here, they became severe almost immediately. Still several tornado warnings are in effect for East Texas, so we'll go ahead and stop it on the current image, and we will once again kind of look underneath all of this to see what we can see. Especially up in the Hopkins County area right now, we've got a fairly broad area of rotation that continues to be indicated up there. I'm going to try to pinpoint exactly where this possible tornado might be. All right, you kind of see it moving out of Rains County there, and then moving into parts of south central sections of Hopkins County. So if we still have a tornado on the ground, it is really very close to the southeastern sections of Sulphur Springs right now. Just looking over the last few minutes, you can kind of see how it moved in. Martin Springs, Sulphur Springs need to be in that tornado safe spot. There is just absolutely no doubt about that. If you live up in the Mahoney area, you can see just to the northeast of Sulphur Springs, Dike, Flora, Nelta, all these areas, you need to be in a small windowless interior room. And again, this is in Hopkins County, the possibility that we still have a tornado on the ground. And you can kind of see as it moved on into and crossed over Highway 154, now crossing over Highway 11, and eventually across Interstate 30. That may be happening as we speak. So we've got still major concerns happening up in the Hopkins County area.
And Mark,
yes, sir. Please.
We have a great question coming in from a viewer right now on Facebook who's following along and trying to understand exactly what you're looking for. Can you tell us a little bit more about this velocity view? What are you looking for as far as the colors red versus green?
That's a very good question. And what we're looking at is how close together we get the red and the green together. The brighter the green, the brighter the red, the more significant the storm is. And we just saw this little scan right here. Yeah, see now they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Hopkins County. We may be looking at some significant rotation just starting to pop up right here. You see the bright reds and the bright greens very close together. That's what we look for, Lane, when we're looking for storms. And again, this is what we call a radial velocity scan. This is a scan that when the radar beam goes out, it's looking as it hits the raindrop, it tells us the direction and the speed that raindrop is falling, and that can give us an idea of what's going on. All right, we now have Arthur Claiborne. I believe he's out live in Canton, and he's got audio. So Arthur, tell us what you're seeing. It looks nasty up there.
Yeah, Mark, I'm right here on the highway on the side of 64, right outside of Canton out here, probably about a mile from Canton. And I just ran into some storm chasers, and they gave me a warning that there's another tornado here in Canton that has been spotted. But along this line here, probably a mile before you get into Canton, inside the city limits, we have down power lines across the road. We got debris from trees being snapped. And also, I just learned a few minutes ago, behind me, there's a field, and behind me in this field, supposedly, what I've been told by a couple of sources, is that a rancher was driving his truck across the field, and apparently it picked the truck up, and that there's apparently a male individual who was deceased in this field behind me. DPS is out here on the scene, and they're out here trying to conduct traffic along with the fire department.
Well, I hate to hear that, Arthur. I honestly hate to hear that. Things are just progressively getting worse as far as the information is concerned, but we thank you so much for that. And Arthur, please keep yourself safe, my friend. You just report the information and stay safe from that lightning as well.
And Mark, we're also learning now that
yes.
Triage centers have been set up at Canton ISD and Fruitvale ISD, according to the VanZant County Sheriff's Office. So as we're still learning to confirm any injuries, possible fatalities, unconfirmed at this point, but we do know that Canton ISD and Fruitvale ISD are now being mobilized as triage centers for any injuries. So again, as we told you earlier, ETMC is reporting that their hospital in Athens has received 9 9 patients. We know that ETMC in Tyler is on yellow alert at this point, and we're being prepared for as many as 40 injuries. And again, as we told you earlier, a large 22-passenger ambulance is going to be moving into the Canton area as far as the Regional Advisory Council is telling us. That all is being passed along to us at this point. Mark?
All right, well, I appreciate that, Lane. Thank you so much, and thank you to Arthur. And we've put into motion for you here, let's go ahead and check it out, the radial velocity scans in the VanZant County area. And as we watched just over the last 30 minutes, when that tornado actually popped up, if indeed there is a tornado on the ground, it is nearing Canton as we speak. So I want residents in Canton, as Arthur said, there could be another tornado on the ground nearing Canton. And if that ends up being confirmed, that would be the 4th tornado today in the city of Canton. That's just unbelievable, to tell you the truth. That is absolutely unbelievable. But storm chasers were in that area, and they did say that they saw something happening. So if that's the case, that would, again, be the 4th. Now, that tornado warning for southwestern VanZant County will remain in effect until 8:15. That's still almost another 30 minutes or so. So we'll have to watch that for you, again, very, very closely. Again, Canton, they've got triage centers set up there. Eustace, they had significant damage earlier today. The Fruitvale area had some significant damage. And the same storm that did all of that damage now is moving into the southeastern portions of Hopkins County right now. A very broad area of rotation is being indicated. We're going to switch over to another radar here, and you can see that it's probably right in this general vicinity, but there could also be another one near Sulphur Springs. We've got a lot that we're seeing on radar right now, and it's something that you normally don't see this many. But as we watch that storm leaving Rains County, you can see it there on the bottom, just north of Emory, as it moved off toward the northeast, it continued to move toward Sulphur Springs, but then we also saw that there could be a secondary spin up over here just to the west of Picton. So if you are in Hopkins County, south of Sulphur Springs, east of Sulphur Springs, southeast of Sulphur Springs, please be in a small windowless interior room protecting yourself the best you can. And this warning that we have for parts of Wood County, it looks like that storm would be out of the county right now, but we're going to continue to watch that for you very carefully. Smith County not really involved in this because the storm itself was well to the north of the county as it developed, but we have now had a couple of flash flood warnings come out. We told you that would, again, probably be the case for parts of Rains and VanZant County because of the deluge that has occurred here in East Texas with this line of storms that has made its way through East Texas. Some very large rainfall totals are expected. We're rising water, very rapidly rising water. Some low water crossings are expected to flood and become impassable here very soon. The locations are within that box. Canton, obviously, as you can see there. Also Wills Point, Grand Saline, Edgewood, Emory, East Tawakoni, Fruitvale, Purtis Creek State Park, Lake Tawakoni State Park, Point, all of those areas. That is a flash flood warning until 10:45, and we have yet another flash flood warning for parts of Henderson County as well. And Lane Lucky just ran back in here to the studio. I'm sure he's got an update for us. Lane, what do you got?
Unfortunately, Mark, this is the news we were hoping would not be, but we have just learned from the Ben Wheeler Volunteer Fire Department that there is one confirmed fatality. We're still working to learn exactly where this is, but we're told that this was a person found in a pasture in Canton. And again, that's according to the Ben Wheeler Volunteer Fire Department, and that's just into our newsroom. Mark, back to you.
This could be the person, I guess, that Arthur was talking about.
One would suspect, but we're still trying to learn that. Mm-hmm.
Very, very sad to see that we've already had fatalities reported in these storms. Let's hope and pray that that is the only one. One is too many. There's no doubt about it, but let's hope that this is the last. But we still have significant storms racing through East Texas as we speak, and now going from the tornado warnings to the thunderstorm warnings, we're starting to see now flash flood warnings. We still have tornado warnings that remain in effect for East Texas, and I know a lot of you are saying, well, what is this? This doesn't show me rain. Well, at this point, that's not what we're concerned with at this point. We are most concerned with rotation in the atmosphere. We're worried about where these tornadoes would be. That's why we use these scans. That's what these scans are all about. They tell us what's going on inside the cloud, so that when you're seeing this, it may not show you the rain, but it is showing you the most significant part. And we could be looking at some rotation anywhere between the Como area, Sulphur Springs, Picton. These are all areas that need to be protecting themselves in a small windowless interior room. It is not as dangerous looking as it was earlier today, but it is certainly a situation that we need to take seriously, that there is a tornado warning in effect for much of Hopkins County until 8:15 because of this potential. So please be aware that that is the storm that moved through the Canton area a very long time ago now, well after 5 o'clock. But as you see everything move here, just want to kind of keep your eye right in this general area here. And as we kind of loop that, I'll follow it with the arrow. You can see that it's moving out of Rains County into Hopkins County, and now appears to be kind of moving into the northeastern portions of the county. So that's the area of concern right now, north of Interstate 30. But there also could be little spin-ups here just to the north and west of the city of Picton. And we were talking about the city of Canton earlier. 3 tornadoes already confirmed. It looks like we may actually be starting, gosh, I hate to see this, another area of rotation just to the west of Grand Saline. This one may also be right around the Fruitvale area. We're looking, again, someone asked earlier, what do you look for? Well, you look for this red and this green close together. This is where the rotation could be. So we could be looking at another spin up here. According to the Weather Service, there are no warnings at this point, but that could change. And we showed you a little while ago the storm that moved into the southwestern parts of VanZant County. Again, you can see it right here. I'll put it into motion and show you what we're talking about. As it made its way into the southwestern portions of VanZant County, it now appears that it is very near the Canton area. If this is actually still on the ground, there could be yet another tornado in the Canton area. It doesn't look like it's as intense as the last few that we have seen move through the Canton area, but there is certainly another possibility of tornadic activity in Canton, which is just the northern edge, really just the northern edge of that warned area right now. And that warning will expire here pretty soon. I believe it's at 8 o'clock, 8:15. So that one will expire at 8:15. Other areas of concern may actually be right up along Highway 19 near the Tundra area again. This is the location that we saw a tornado form up earlier. We're starting to see that there could be some rotation popping up here once again. We will watch it and monitor it for you very closely over the next few minutes. Where is Katie? Okay, so we've got Katie Vossler again, meteorologist, GMET here on the news that you watch. And Katie, you are sitting now east of Canton on I-20. What are you seeing?
Mark, I am sitting just north of that area of rotation. I'm not sure if you can see my video, but you can see clearing. You can see the cloud base. There's some very intense lightning, and the clouds are definitely being sucked into that area. I can't see a tornado on the ground at this point, but my view is a little bit skewed just because of the trees. I can tell you from the cloud movement in the storms that there is really good inflow into that area of the thunderstorm. I've got...
So tell me, Katie, again, tell me where you're located now.
We are just east of Canton, right on Interstate 20.
Okay.
So we're sitting on the access road, just east of Canton.
Okay.
The lightning is getting even more intense. The inflow is really starting to ramp up. In fact, Kevin, let's go ahead and get back on 20 and go a little further east. I want to make sure that we're not in a space where we could get...
Yeah, what I'm looking at right now, Katie, is the rotation from what we saw earlier in the southwestern parts of VanZant County. It's actually coming up very close to where you are, so please be very, very careful out there. If this is actually a tornado on the ground, it will be probably just west of where you are. So I would just be absolutely as safe as you possibly can and get to safety and then contact us
Mark,
again.
There's a huge wall cloud with this, and the inflow is just getting more intense. as we're driving away from it now. So if you're looking at our video, we're not actually looking at the inflow now because we're trying to get to a safer spot. But there's a huge wall cloud with this. I don't see anything on the ground, but I also can't see the entire base of the storm. So I can't confirm or not whether or not a tornado is on the ground, but this is an extremely strong thunderstorm.
I would absolutely agree with you. And if there is a tornado with this cell, I'm looking at it here, it could be very close to your location. So please, Katie, you and Zach, be safe. All right, that's Katie Vossler. She is out in the storm tracker vehicle, and as you see, I've got a kind of a position pretty close to where I think that she might be. And if we're looking at any tornadic activity at all, it's probably sitting just to the west of where they are, just to the north and east of Canton. We have not had any confirmation from they're looking at areas now near Ben Wheeler for the potential that we could be looking at some storms popping up. So let's go ahead and get to another radar so that we can see what's kind of happening out there right now. Let's back it up just a bit, and we'll see what we're actually in. Okay, here we go. We're looking at the possibility of some rotation here, probably just north and west of the city of Ben Wheeler. The storm does appear to be rotating. It is in this warned area, but we may have to see this warned area extended a little bit further off toward the north and east as we progress throughout the next few hours or so. Again, this is probably right along Highway 64, south of Canton and north of Martin's Mill. Northwest of Ben Wheeler is probably where we're looking at rotation right now. If we back up, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put the radar on the screen here so that we can see what we're looking at. Again, this is our high-resolution radar, and this would be a good indicator that, yeah, at the base of that cell could be some rotation going on right now. We have the opportunity from time to time when we see these storms to look at them from kind of in a 3D look here. And this storm is over 70,000 feet high. This is over 70,000 feet into the atmosphere, and you see this area in pink here. This is a very good indicator that we've got some very large hail, at least suspended in the atmosphere, if not reaching the ground. So we've got a lot happening out there right now. These storms remain and there is that warning that just came out. So let's go ahead and get this out of the 3D mode so that we can show you what we're talking about. So here is the newest tornado warning that has just been posted by the National Weather Service, and this is for the east central portions of VanZant County, including the city of Van and other locations. We'll zoom in just a little bit more so we can get some of the other cities that are involved in this. We know that we've got Colfax, Jones, Pruitt, Van, Ben Wheeler. So these are all the areas now that are Martin's Mill. These are all the areas of concern with the potential that we could be looking at a tornado. And from what I can see here, it would probably be somewhere in this general area looking at radar. Let's see if we can't get a good scan. There we go. We've got a good scan coming out of the Shreveport radar right now with rotation along Highway 64. And this is south and east of the city of Canton right now. Again, this part of the warning goes now until 8:30, so that's at least another 30 minutes. And according to the National Weather Service, this storm is moving to the northeast at 20 miles per hour. Again, this is not confirmed at this point, and as you can see, it is pulsing up very, very fast. We're now looking at this crossing over Highway 64, southeast of Canton. The velocities inside this storm are expected to be quite high. I mean, we're looking at over 130 miles per hour right now, and this is really pulsing up very fast. So if you live in the Colfax area, Wentworth, these are all the areas of concern right now. Let's put a path on this one here. And again, it's moving very slowly, crossing over Highway 64 right now, moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour. So this could be near the Jones community, and that would be in about 39 minutes or so. But just notice all of the smaller communities nearby. We've got Van, unfortunately. I was just in Van on Friday talking to the students at the intermediate school. So kids, you remember what I told you, that during a watch was not the time to take shelter during a tornado? A warning is, this is the time. This is what we talked about on Friday. It is time to get to that small windowless interior room in your home just to be on the safe side. You are in a tornado warning van. Colfax, Jones, Pruitt, Wentworth were all in this warning, as well as the city of Canton, believe it or not. But the storm appears to be just to the southeast of the city of Canton right now by about 5 miles or so, crossing over Highway 64, heading off toward the northeast at 20 miles per hour. And again, this was according to the National Weather Service. And I'm just going to get a little more information on this storm. It said that it was located near the Colfax area. So we're going to just say that it's a little bit to the west of Colfax right now, moving to the northeast at 20 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and clear that off the screen for you. And we'll go ahead, and I'm just going to check a few more radar sites here so we can kind of get an idea of what we're looking at. So yeah, I think that's where we're looking at the rotation, right there along Highway 64, moving to the northeast very slowly. As a matter of fact, you know, we showed that one up in this near Sulphur Springs. It was moving northeast at 40. Well, this one's moving to the northeast only at about 20 miles per hour. So we'll put a path on this for you, moving to the northeast at about 20 miles per hour. And again, as the warning came out, it was a little bit further to the south. But there, again, Jones in about 31 minutes. But this we could be looking at it moving a little more to the right of that movement because of the way the warning is positioned. So the storm itself may actually, rather than going due northeast, it may move a little bit more toward the south of northeast. We can actually kind of check that out here by looking at just the last, say, 15 minutes or so of these radial velocity scans. Just see, look how quickly, this is just in the last 15 minutes, how quickly that storm really intensified. So it appears at this point it has already crossed over Highway 64 and is headed toward Interstate 20. I certainly hope that Katie and Zach are paying attention to that. I'm sure that they are, because it could be crossing Interstate 20 close to where they are. Again, the movement, we're gonna move it once again just a little bit south of due northeast at 15 miles per hour. So again, the only major community involved here is Jones, and that'll be in less than 30 minutes or so. But as we get a little bit closer, I just want you to understand that residents of Colfax need to be in a small windowless interior room as we speak. Residents of Van, Pruitt, Jones, make sure that you are protecting yourself. It looks like it's going to cross Interstate 20 between Wentworth and the Colfax area here very soon. Lane, you got anything for me?
Just asking you for some safety advice at this point. Of course, we always talk about how the threat for severe weather, particularly tornadoes, is so much more severe once the sun goes down. And that's what we're seeing right now. The sun is setting, and you can no longer see what's going on outside, so it becomes vitally important for you to stay connected to us right here. And then, of course, with folks wanting to get out and try and venture out and see damage, check on relatives, things like that, it becomes more difficult to see any damage that, debris that might be in the road.
The first thing you have to do is stay informed. Make sure that you know what's going on out there, because if the residents of Canton would have gone out and done all of this stuff when that first tornado hit, there were 2 more that came by, and even a third possibly. So there could have been 4 within just a short period of time. So you have to stay alert. You have to know what's happening out there, and make sure that if you just think that something may not be quite right, make sure that you, again, protect yourself. Stay away from any down power lines, knowing that if it's still breezy out there, the trees can continue to come down. You know, there could be additional tornadoes that develop, as we're seeing here now, just north of the city of Colfax in VanZant County. We could be looking at yet another tornado that could be developing or already on the ground. So you just have to be safe. You have to be careful, understanding that when power goes out, now you've lost all light. So it makes it extremely difficult to get around. So you have to make sure that you think of your own safety first, and make sure that you keep yourself as safe as possible.
Yeah, some great advice. Listen to this. Take this warning.
All right, thank you, Lane. I appreciate that very much. If you get more info, please let us know. So we're watching this warning that we have in effect for the eastern sections of VanZant County right now, looking at the possibility that we could be looking at another tornado on the ground crossing Interstate 20. This is east of Canton and west of Van. We see the rotation there. We also see maybe a little spin up just to the south of that, but the one that we're looking at there is you can see we'll go back in time. You can kind of see how that one little area, again, we're talking about this little area right in here, as we watch that possible tornado move kind of on that line. as it progressed over just the last 15 minutes. It has really kind of ramped itself up a little bit, and it looks like crossing I-20 heading into the east central portions of VanZant County. Katie has more information. Katie, first of all, tell us where you are, and please tell me that you found a safe place to be.
Absolutely, Mark. We're now getting off on 314 at Van, exit 540. We are just to the east of the rotation. I watched it cross over I-20. I do not see a tornado on the ground at this time.
Okay.
You were talking about safety earlier, and I just wanted to add, we had a gentleman that just stopped near us and said that he'd heard everything on the news and he'd gotten in his car to drive and see if he could see anything. And that scares me so much, Mark. I know that we take the storm tracker out, but I want everyone to know that I have been chasing storms for over 15 years now, and I was trained as a trained storm spotter. And it still makes me nervous occasionally to see some of these storms and be this close to storms. I don't want anybody to think that they should leave their house, drive into the storm, and see if they can see a tornado. That just, it really worried me that he said that, and I want to make sure nobody else is doing that.
And the one thing that we need to make sure that folks know is that when we get storms like this and we know that there's damage, we know that there are injuries, first responders should really be the only folks that are out and about. Those are the folks that need to be out there, that need to get to the places where they need to go. And Katie, we know that you're out there, and you're going to keep, you're going to keep yourself and Zach safe there in the storm tracker. If you get any additional information, continue to let us know, and please continue to be safe out there.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Katie. Yes, please, Lane.
From our newsroom, we're learning that I-20 in Terrell is shut down right now due to tornado-flipped cars on the roadway. So a developing situation there. I-20 in Terrell shut down in both directions, we're learning. So again, just reinforcing exactly what Mark and Katie are telling all of you at home. Stay home, stay out of the path of these storms as best as you can. We're going to do our best to get in touch with law enforcement now and learn more about any possible injuries on this. We're getting some new video just in. Yeah, this is I-20 in Canton. This video is just into our newsroom. You can see just the number of law enforcement vehicles already there on the scene. This was some time ago, you can tell, because it's still daylight outside. So obviously someone driving past this area. You can see debris there off in the distance, and look at all of the lights. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Dodge dealership there in Canton. You can see the main building there just blown out by the winds. And again, we're still working to learn more about possible injuries. We have confirmed at least one person killed by, that's being reported by the Ben Wheeler Volunteer Fire Department, but just into our newsroom, that video there surveying the damage in the Canton area. We've been told by multiple sources that what you were just looking at on your screen there was extensive damage to the Dodge dealership in Canton. Mark?
All right, well, thanks, Lane, for that information. And we continue to see rotation in VanZant County. Believe it or not, this has really been the bullseye, although we did have major damage in the Eustace area earlier today as well. But as we kind of watch things progress into the eastern parts of VanZant County, where the warning is right now, we're continuing to kind of follow the rotation in that storm, and it could be right in this general area here, now north of I-20, and Katie did confirm that she did not see a tornado as this storm made its way across Interstate 20, but that does not mean that there could not be one on the ground as we speak. So, excuse me, we still have a couple of warnings. The one for the southwestern and central portions of VanZant County, that one will be expiring in about 5 minutes. There is nothing left in that warning at this point, so that is likely to expire here very soon and not have to be reissued, but we may have to go a little bit further north inside the county once that warning is dropped. But we're now looking at the north central and northeastern portions of VanZant County. Possibility that we've got some rotation, a possible tornado on the ground there. And if we use, as we have throughout the day today, it does look like we actually may have some debris suspended in the atmosphere just to the north and east of Canton. That is certainly a possibility there as we look at that scan right there. We're not seeing, however, a lot of rotation in that area, more like possible tornado just north of I-20, right in this general area here, within that warned storm. And if we move that, and again, I believe this one was moving very slowly off toward the north, moving east now. Oh, no, excuse me. Yes, moving east at 25 miles per hour. But it did look like it was maybe a little bit north of due east. That's what we were talking about earlier. So if we get that rotation there and just moving a little bit north of due east at 15 miles per hour, again, the Jones community, and then if it continues as it is, it could move into the northwestern parts of Smith and parts of Wood County, nearing, say, West Mineola or the city of Mineola in about an hour or so. That is if that one holds together. And we do know that these storms, when they do produce tornadoes, they do stay on the ground for quite some time. We still have the tornado warning in effect for parts of Hopkins County. That one will remain in effect for about another 3 minutes or so. And as we look at how things have progressed just over the last 30 minutes inside the county, it looks like that tornado, if it were still on the ground, would be well to the north and east of Sulphur Springs. And if that is the case, some of the communities that could still be looking at the possibility of a tornado on the ground, again, a very rural portion of the county, so it would probably be just to the southeast of the Tyra area over the northeastern portions of Hopkins County. So that's what we have for you on that one. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect here in East Texas. So let's go ahead and put on the radar. We'll take the lightning off and kind of back up to show you all of East Texas right now. A lot of folks got some strong storms in places like Longview and maybe Gilmer or maybe Ore City and Diana and on up into the Dangerfield area, but those were at least not tornadic at this point, and that is very good news.
Texas to help out.
So we have, what do we have?
Multiple state agencies are heading.
All right, multiple state agencies are heading to East Texas to help out with what we've got happening here in our area caused by the weather that has made its way through East Texas.
Law enforcement from as far away as the Dallas area, the Rowlett Police and Fire Departments just on the east side of the DFW Metro.
All righty.
Are also heading to the area as well. We've also been learned that the Texas game wardens have been mobilized. So again, just in from our newsroom, we have multiple state agencies responding to the Canton area, along with law enforcement from as far away as the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. Mark?
Thank you, Lane. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. And thank them for their help, leaving their homes on a Saturday to come help us out here in East Texas. We do appreciate that very, very much. Again, you can see that line of storms making its way through East Texas. That is the cold front that we advertised. And as that cold front continues to move through, it is going to continue to produce some strong to severe thunderstorms here in East Texas. And it's going to take several hours, many hours, before it actually makes its way through our area and we are safe from any additional severe weather. All of the counties that you see there in orange, that is a tornado watch until at least 10 o'clock tonight. We also have severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock. The only county involved in East Texas in that is Houston County. But all the rest that you can see there in orange, those are the tornado watches in effect until at least 10 o'clock tonight. But we still have a tornado warning. We've actually seen the other two go away. The one for Hopkins County has now been canceled. The other for the southwestern parts of VanZant County, that one has also been canceled. But we still have a tornado warning for the east central portion of VanZant County, and that warning will remain in effect until 8:30 this evening. Looking once again underneath this storm to see if we can see the rotation, and looking at all of the different available scans that I have to me here just to see, to make sure that we know and we're getting the best locator on this possible tornado, and it would be probably sitting in this general area right here to the northeast, or to the northwest, excuse me, of the city of Van. But I still want all those residents in Van to stay in a safe spot right now. But if you live in Jones or Pruitt, please be in a small windowless interior room until this storm clears your area. The rotation is relatively broad, but it is crossed to the north of Interstate 20 and may be crossing over Highway 110 here very soon, in and near the Jones community, Pruitt community as well. These are areas that have really not been hit here this afternoon or this evening by these tornadoes. It was mainly areas to the west of where you are, but you do need to be protecting yourselves right now in that small windowless interior room until we can clear this warning, until we can clear you of the potential of tornadoes in East Texas. So Jessica, have you heard any confirmation at all out of that one storm?
No, not.
She's still looking. She's got all the chat rooms open with the Weather Service offices, just trying to get the best information that we can. Jessica, please let me know if you do see anything.
Another great
Lane, let's bring Lane's mic up here real quick.
We just have another question coming in here for you, Mark, from Facebook. Should people be concerned about lightning in the area, even if they may not be in the direct path of this storm?
No doubt. No doubt.
Are we able to look at maybe the number of lightning strikes or how intense that is?
You bet I can. I can do that anytime you want me to do. All right, let's go ahead and back out a bit, and we are going to actually turn the lightning feature on our radar here so that we can see what's going on. There is a tremendous amount of lightning associated with these storms. We saw Katie and Zach out in the storm tracker earlier today, and the lightning was ferocious. There was really no other way to describe it. So this box that I'm drawing on the screen right now, that red box, there are over 3,000 lightning strikes in the last 30 minutes. That is 100 lightning strikes per minute that are occurring in that storm. That is just incredible. And I always say, it just takes one. It just takes one lightning strike to cause irreparable damage to you and your family. Let's just zoom into a few of these storms that are making their way through parts of Henderson and VanZant and parts of Wood County. And we'll just look at the lightning that is involved in these storms right here. Just in that small little box, there's 1,883 lightning strikes in the last 30 minutes. That's a lot. Lightning can strike, and I'm going to point to one right now. You see that lightning strike right there? That is a long way away from the parent thunderstorm. From the edge of the storm, that lightning strike is 10 miles away from the edge of that storm. That is the perfect example that if you can see lightning and hear thunder, you are close enough to that storm to be struck by lightning. So Lane, thank you for that question. That's a very, very good question. So what we have to do here still, folks, is we have now changed that the definition of that tornado warning. They have shrunk it down a little bit just to have the eastern portions of VanZant County. So as we look now at the radial velocity scan, this is the scan that we use to show us how things are spinning in the atmosphere. And it looks like we've got a storm that is to the north of the city of Van that continues to rotate. This is the one that we have not yet had confirmation on. As a matter of fact, earlier when Katie Vosler was crossing on I-20, when she passed to the east of that storm, she did not see a tornado cross over the interstate, but there is certainly rotation right now along Highway 110 south of Jones, right around the Pruitt area and north of Van. This storm is moving very slowly, much slower than the ones that we have seen previously here in East Texas, and it's also moving a little more toward the east, and this one was only going about 15 miles per hour, so that was a very slow-moving storm. So here are some of the areas that if this storm holds together, it could actually be in the Mineola area in about 45 minutes. Not yet. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning in Mineola right now, but the tornado warning is not in effect for your area at this moment. But it is for parts of VanZant County. So if you live between Van and Jones, you need to be in that small windowless interior room. This is a proud moment for Project Tornado. I was in Van yesterday talking to the kids at the intermediate school, and we talked about this. A watch, you don't really have to worry so much about what's going on. You just need to be prepared. In a warning, that is completely different. You need to make sure that you're in a small windowless interior room. So from Van to Pruitt to Jones and all points east in VanZant County, please be in that small windowless interior room. We see the area of rotation now getting a little clearer just north of the city of Pruitt. It has now moved to the east of Highway 110 and will likely to continue to do that here over the next few moments. Could actually move into counties to the east. That could be parts of Smith County. It also could be parts of Wood County as well. I just apologize. I need to take a quick All right, Lane, you got some information. Thank you.
Yeah, we're now looking at a live picture from Arthur Claiborne, our KLTV photojournalist. He is at Canton High School. Arthur, can you hear us? Can you tell us what you're seeing right now?
I don't know if he has audio. Can you hear him?
Yes, Lane, I
Okay.
can.
It sounds like we may not be able to hear them, but we have learned that...
I can hear him now. Just need to turn his audio up.
Lane,
Go ahead,
I've been here
Arthur.
about
Well, I was hearing him just a few moments ago.
there seems to be, this is the main main attraction. This is where the command center is set up right here. There are ambulances from ETMC, Champion EMS here, and there's been a swirl of people coming in, a lot of people coming up. When I first got here, I started setting up. There was a gentleman pulled up and he said, "Wow, I just can't believe this going on right here." As people go in to check to see if loved ones are here, and from where I'm standing right here, I can see people being taken out on stretchers, loaded into an ambulance right now. If I can just zoom over here just a little bit, you can get a shot right here. As you can see, you may have missed it right there, but you can see people coming in and out. Also, a heavy presence of law enforcement officers coming in and out of here, over here at Canton High School, along with ambulances coming and going at a high rate of speed, coming in and out as they apparently appear to be transporting patients in and out, or transporting patients out rather.
All right, Arthur, thanks so much for that update. Of course, as we'll continue to look here at this live picture, we've learned that the Texas Task Force is responding. The Regional State Fire Marshal's office is also there. Smith County has also moved their command platform trailer to Canton High School. And so again, this has become a triage area for injuries. Multiple law enforcement agencies from around the region and even the state are now en route or at Canton High School. We're still working to learn exactly how many injuries. As you can imagine, that's an unknown number at this point. We're still trying to learn, as law enforcement don't even know exactly how many may be injured. And you can see just the number of emergency vehicles, ambulances there on the scene. So adding any people to the mix there is only going to complicate this response. And if you're wondering exactly what happened, this is again earlier in Canton. This video sent to us by a viewer. You can see fire trucks, police units, and many more vehicles stopped there along the interstate. You're looking from what we've been told at the Dodge dealership in Canton. You can see the sign blown out there and some type of tree debris there in the middle of the median. But you can see the roof damaged. We need to head back to Mark for some new information just in. Mark?
Well, we're looking now at that storm moving through VanZant County, and it is pulsing upwards right now. As a matter of fact, between Jones and Pruitt, there just to the east of Highway 110, we're starting to see this storm really increase in intensity just over the last few minutes. You can see it very clearly just now east of Highway 110 between Jones and Pruitt, north of the city of Van. The velocities in this system right now are way up. We're talking about maybe 130, 140 mile per hour rotation in that storm right now. Again, confirmation is still not into us that this is a tornado on the ground. But as you can see, it is very clear that we have got something going on just east of Highway 110. This is over the east central portions of VanZant County. It looks like it's come down just a little bit on this latest scan, but for residents in the northwestern portions of Smith County, I would say be prepared for the possibility that a tornado could be moving into the northwestern parts of Smith County here soon. We're talking about Jamestown, the Garden Valley area, all of those smaller communities, and even further east into the Mineola area. Be prepared for the possibility that you may have to take shelter very, very quickly as this storm makes its way off toward the east, maybe east-northeast, only at about 15 miles per hour. So put a path on this one just north of due east at about 15. That'll place it into Mineola probably in about 30 minutes or less, and the Horde area in about 57 minutes. But again, there are many smaller communities, as we mentioned, Garden Valley and Jamestown in the northwestern parts of Smith County. You need to be prepared very soon for the possibility that we could be looking at a tornado jumping over from VanZant County into Smith County. This would be a slow-moving storm. Now it is dark outside. It'll be very difficult to see if this is actually happening at your place, but there would be the rotation that we're talking about, and you move in again to parts of the northwestern sections of Smith County, maybe north of Garden Valley, but again, we've got to be prepared for the possibility that we have yet another tornado on the ground. This one has not yet been confirmed. Jessica, are you getting anything? Are you hearing anything? Shreveport is not showing you anything at all? Just to make sure that we're
Okay, it just popped up, tornado warning for Smith and Wood until 9:15.
okay, there it is. As she just popped over, there's the warning right now. This is for the far northwestern portions of Smith County and also the south central and southwestern portions of Wood County. This is until 9:15. That's a long time. That's 45 minutes that this warning is in effect. It's because this is a very slow-moving tornado right now. So what we're looking at is that the National Weather Service continues to monitor a very slow-moving tornado sitting still over the east central portions of VanZant County and will likely cross over into Smith County here very soon. Residents, again, in Mineola, please be aware that this storm could be in your area very soon. The smaller communities in the northwestern portions of Smith County, please be careful. This is all north of Highway 16 at this point. Along Highway 80 it's not good to travel right now because we could be looking at a tornado. Again, this one has not been confirmed, but about 20 minutes ago, as Katie Vosler was crossing over Interstate 20, she did not see a tornado on the ground. But as we watch this storm move off toward the east, and we'll just kind of look over the last 15 minutes or so, you can see that it has gone from very difficult to see to really pulsing up as it makes its way into the eastern portions of VanZant County and continues to be something of concern right now, especially for residents in far northwestern Smith County. This is north of Highway 16. It could be crossing over 1253 here very soon, and once it does that, it could cross over the Sabine River toward the Mineola area. So please be careful there. Residents in Mineola, it's time to get into that small windowless interior room. It is time to protect you and your family. Family and friends all need to know about this. Make sure that you stay informed on what's happening here in East Texas. But if you live in the northwestern portions of Smith County, if you live in parts of Wood County, and we're talking about Mineola up to Quitman, you need to be in a small windowless interior room. This is the entire area, Calvary, Golden. Make sure that you are in your small windowless interior room. All of these locations that we're talking about here, because of a potential tornado that could be on the ground right there in the center of your picture there, just to the northeast of the city of Pruitt. We continue to watch this from several different vantage points, from several different radars that we have available to us. Look to see if we can see a debris ball, see if we've got anything suspended in the atmosphere, and at least not at this point. So that's good news, that maybe there's not a tornado on the ground, but boy, there certainly is rotation that would show that there is definitely that possibility that just to the northeast of the city of Pruitt, we could be looking at the potential that a tornado could be on the ground. And that's likely to, now the warning for VanZant County just expired, so we're going to concentrate a little bit more on the northwesternmost sections of Smith County. This is well north of Lindale, well north of other cities along interstate or along 110. So we're not talking about these areas like Hideaway, any of these areas. These are further south. We're talking about just that northwestern quadrant. But we are also talking about the cities of Mineola and Quitman that need to be prepared. Also the city of Golden. We just told you that there's the potential that that storm could move very close to where you live. The Calvary area. Also Haynesville. You're not in the warning right now, but just kind of be on alert. But if you live anywhere in these areas like Mineola, the northwestern quadrant, far northwestern sections of Smith County, you need to be in a small windowless interior room protecting you and your family against the possibility that we could have yet another tornado on the ground. We'll put a path on this storm as it leaves VanZant County, moving just north of due east. At least at this point, that's the way it appears that it's moving. It could be in the Mineola area in about 30 minutes. So that's what we're looking at least at this point. Again, looking at all of the different scans on all of the different radars. This one here may actually be indicating a little more that the storm could actually now be in the northwestern parts of Smith County, just exiting VanZant County, and that would certainly be what we've been talking about here. That's the way it looks like it's going to move. So residents of Mineola, it is imperative that you are in your small windowless interior room right now, protecting yourself from the possibility that a slow-moving tornado could be heading toward your community. The problem with storms like this is it's nighttime now. We can't see them coming. We don't know that East Texas is a really very difficult place to chase storms. That's why we don't see very many storm chasers in East Texas. We've got the hills, we've got the trees. It just takes away the horizon. It makes it very difficult to look around and to see exactly what's happening in the area. And we all know that that's one of the reasons why we live here. We love living here. So we have to be aware that you may not see it coming. The only thing that you would see, or maybe even hear, would be the roar of that storm as it nears where you live. We've shown you several videos here tonight of tornadoes that move through Canton. We showed you the damage and the tornado in the Eustace area. We continue to have numerous folks calling in and letting us know what's happening in their area. We know we have many, many injuries in the Canton area, at least 40 we know of that are going to be transferred to area hospitals, and that number could likely rise. And we did get laying the possibility of a fatality near the Canton area earlier today. A gentleman was in his pasture on a tractor or something of that nature, and the storm could have possibly killed him. We're still trying to get all of the details on what happened there. But we have lots of debris over the roadways on Highway 31 in parts of Henderson County, near the Eustace area where we had the problems that occurred there earlier this afternoon. Canton, we know very well. We've seen lots of video out of Canton that there are numerous injuries that have occurred in that area. So we just need to be very attentive to what's happening in East Texas, and we need to take the potential, at least, for a tornado here now in parts of the northwestern sections of Smith County and Wood County very seriously. Lane, you have info?
And as we continue to watch this, another good question coming in via Facebook for our friends and neighbors in the far eastern portions of East Texas along the I-20 and 30 corridor. Should they start preparing more as this continues to move east to west?
There's no doubt about it. You know, when you see a situation like this and we get numerous tornadoes occurring in parts of East Texas, you're thinking, well, it's not in my area. Well, it's not in your area yet, as we await the cold front that you can see making its way into kind of the west central portions of East Texas now. As it makes its way off toward the east, storms could indeed become very strong and tornadic in this area as well. So yes, we absolutely need to be prepared. Now, we don't need to go to that small windowless interior room if you live in Longview or Marshall or Jefferson or places like this, but you need to be prepared and make sure that you know what you're going to do just in case that happens. But we've had numerous warnings in a very small portion of East Texas so far today, starting shortly after 4:30 and continuing till this very moment. So, yeah, if you're not in the warned area right now, just first of all, be praying for all those that are being affected by these storms. And secondly, make sure that you and your family know what to do just in case you get a tornado warning for the city or the community that you currently live in. Because right now we still have a tornado warning for the northwestern portions of Smith County and parts of Wood County right now, from Quitman down to Mineola. Golden is involved in this, and really just the far northeastern portion of Smith County is under this tornado warning. So let's look again underneath all of this and use our radial velocity scan, and this is how we can tell if we have rotation in the atmosphere, and it does appear that it's probably right along the boundary of this where this warning is right now, probably sitting over the far northwestern portions of Smith County, kind of heading just north of due east over the southern portions of Wood County, and this could be crossing over the Sabine River here very soon. So residents in Mineola, please make sure that you are in that small windowless interior room. We've now seen another tornado warning issued to encompass more of Smith County and Wood County, and this one will be in effect until 9:15 and looking at what the National Weather Service is saying, and they think that a thunderstorm could be possibly producing a tornado near the Mineola area, moving northeast at 30. So this is a little different scenario than we were just looking at a few moments ago. They say that we could be looking at a tornado very possibly near Mineola as we speak. So looking at the different scans that I have available to me, it just appears like it could be a little bit farther to the south of Mineola, but the residents in Mineola need to be in a small windowless interior room as we speak. We need to make sure that you understand that this is a serious situation. The storm itself, according to the National Weather Service, is moving to the northeast now at about 30 miles per hour, so it is actually sped up just a bit. So if we look at where I think that we could have a tornado on the ground here, moving to the northeast at about 30, here are some of the areas that could be affected here very soon. We're talking Mineola in about 6 minutes, Haynesville in 23, Oak Grove in 36, Stout in 46, and the Grice area in about 57 minutes or so. So we're looking at, again, the potential that we could have a tornado very near the Mineola area, so we need to make sure that we are prepared and in a small windowless interior room. If you are in Mineola, please make sure that you are prepared. Quitman as well. The storm appears that it is a little bit farther to the south, that the one that it could be producing a tornado at this point, but Quitman, you need to also be prepared for this. Residents in Golden, in the Calvary area, Haynesville as well, please be prepared. Pine Mills, Little Hope, Holly Lake Ranch, all of these areas that are within this warning, you need to make sure that you are prepared for the potential that a tornado could be on the ground. Again, we don't have any confirmation at this point. We don't have any ground truth, but I know that we've got Katie and Zach out there in the storm tracker that are looking for something for us to see if we can't kind of pinpoint this just a bit. But let's just go ahead and bring up radar right now and see what we could see. So this would kind of indicate the same thing, kind of the tail end of this. We could be looking at the possibility that we've got some rotation there. We'll look at our high resolution radar and show about the same. It looks like we're probably, if we've got a tornado, it could be in this general area here south of Highway 80, crossing over the Sabine River, heading toward the Mineola area. So this is where we need to be very cautious right now and take action as quickly as we possibly can. Again, looking at some rotation, possibly getting ready to cross over the Sabine River just south of the city of Mineola, maybe crossing Highway 69 here very soon. Again, just looking at all of the different scans that I have available to me to see if I can't really try to pinpoint this for you a little bit better. But it does look like we've got something kind of right in this general area here. Getting ready possibly to cross over Highway 69 just south of Mineola, and this is heading off toward just north of due east. By the way, we've taken no, this is right. All right, so if we take that area, move it north of due east at and I guess they sped it up a little bit, closer to 25 to 30 miles per hour. So some of the areas affected, just everybody in that cone, make sure that you are prepared, especially from Haynesville to Horde to Mineola, that you're in that small windowless interior room, making sure that you are preparing for the possibility that we could be looking at a tornado on the ground. I'm just looking at the last 30 minutes and watching this little area right here, just watching that area as it makes its way into parts of Smith County to see where we might still be looking at the possibility that a tornado could be on the ground. And again, we're confirming in that general area just south of Mineola, possibly crossing over Highway 69 here very soon. As that happens, those of you that are to the west of Highway 69, just make sure that if there is any damage that is occurring from this storm, and again, no confirmation yet that we've got a tornado on the ground, but we're still going to watch it carefully. Please don't venture outside. If you see trees down, if you see power lines down, stay away from them. Just make sure that you stay inside, and if you have the opportunity to report that to 911, especially if you've got power lines down, let them know what you see. Let them know what you've got going on in your neighborhood to make sure that they know what's happening. All right, so now we're getting a better look at rotation right in here. Again, it does appear like it's still to the southwest of the city of Mineola. Looking at some of the velocities in this storm right now, not excessive, but we're still looking 70, maybe 80 miles per hour, maybe 90 miles per hour, just rotating in that area at this point. So again, Mineola, please make sure that you are listening to us now from your phone or from your app, wherever you are. Just make sure that you are protected. You are in that small windowless interior room. So moving over the southern portions of Mineola, it looks like here very soon. Haynesville in 26 minutes. Pine Mills in about 37. So this is where that potential tornado could be at this moment as it crosses over the Sabine River and could be heading toward the southern areas of Mineola. So just be aware that this has not yet been confirmed. We have not yet had anybody's eyeballs on this yet, but we've had numerous tornadoes that did have many eyeballs on them today that were significant and were severe, causing significant damage and numerous injuries, and from what we understand, one fatality so far in East Texas. Excuse me, just a quick little drink of water there. So we're going to just kind of back out just a little bit here so we can kind of see what else we might have going on in the area. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Smith County until 9:15, parts of Upshur and Wood as well, from the same storm system that we're talking about here, the same area that is causing this tornado. Looking at our high-resolution radar, you can see that there is a lot of storminess out there. There's no doubt about it. Even in the southeastern portions of VanZant County, you still have some strong storms heading into this area. If we look underneath it all, then even further, looking at the hail situation, turning off the lightning, you can see that we've got some large hail also being reported in parts of northwestern Smith County, over an inch in diameter in a few spots. So this is also something that could cause some problems if you're out and about. So please don't do that. Please make sure that you stay inside until this storm system has passed. Looking once again, trying to find the area of greatest concern. It looks like it is still kind of holding just to the southwest of Mineola. There could actually be two small little spots now that we're concerned with. One that's already crossed over Highway 69 between Lindale and Mineola, and a second one still sitting off to the south and west of the city. So there's a possibility we might be looking at two areas of rotation, and this one here may be confirming that first, that we not only have one, but we could be looking at two areas of concern moving through the far northern parts of Smith County and then over the far southwestern portions of Wood County. Again, just to let you know about these warnings, the one for far northwestern and Smith and southwestern Wood County, that one will remain in effect for another 30 minutes. The second one for the northwestern parts and the north central portions of Smith County and parts of Wood, that one's in effect until 9:15. So we have two tornado warnings that will expire at 9:15 here in East Texas, with what appears to be a fairly slow-moving storm off toward the northeast at between 20 and 30 miles per hour. We'll put another path on where I believe that we could be still looking at, now we're getting a couple more scans here, still a possibility that we could be looking at two small areas of rotation, one just east of 69 and one just to the southwest of Mineola. So let's just put it right in between here and just north of due east at about 25 miles per hour. Some of the cities: Horde in 15 minutes, Haynesville 24, Pine Mills 35, Little Hope in 42, and Roansboro in 53 minutes. And a couple of those towns are actually outside of the warned area right now, but these are just areas that you need to start thinking about it. And you can see pretty clearly that at least on this scan, we're looking at maybe two separate areas where we could be looking at rotation as this line of storms makes its way through the area. So we'll watch both of those very closely, and if we see one of them kind of take over, or if both of them continue that movement, we will monitor both of those for you just to make sure that we know which one could be the most significant at this point. But they both look like they could be producing tornadoes. These are right now not confirmed, but if you are in Mineola, you need to be in a small windowless interior room. If you are in any areas right now east of Highway 69, from Lindale to Mineola to Quitman, you need to definitely be in a small windowless we're getting some power outage info now. Can we, Lane, you got that?
Sure, Mark.
All right,
we
Lane,
just
let us
wanted to
know.
give you an opportunity to catch your breath here and get a sip of water. We're learning right now, we've been in touch with Encore, the major power provider for homes in VanZant County. We've learned as many as 7,000 people are without power there at the moment. They serve about 12,000 people in the area. And so right now, 7,000 people. And this is what law enforcement, this is what utility crews are dealing with right now, and we're talking about a lot of down power lines. You can see here, this is video from earlier in the Canton area, right off Interstate 20 on the north side of the interstate. This is the Dodge dealership, and really just an impressive view here of the damage. You can see the sign blown out there, and then the building on the left side of your screen is the dealership itself. You can see in the distance to the right of the building overturned vehicles from the dealership. And then again, this is the scene that we've seen all day throughout East Texas. As many as 5 tornadoes reported in East Texas, one as large as a mile wide, according to law enforcement. Right now, we have confirmed 1 fatality associated with today's severe weather, and that is from the Ben Wheeler Volunteer Fire Department. Our crew in the field tells us a man was in his truck and drove into his property. A rancher drove onto his property and was in fact killed in the storm there. So 1 fatality. Again, the numbers are still coming in as far as the number of injuries we're seeing. Local hospitals are all on alert and being told to stand by as people are being transported away from Canton High School, which has been set up as a triage area. There are law enforcement agencies from all across the region making their way to VanZant County, specifically to the Canton area right now, to respond, to assist in any way they can. The latest agency we're hearing, Kilgore Police, is sending crews to help with the response to this. So again, we're continuing to stay in touch with law enforcement as we learn more about possible injuries. We have confirmed 9 people have been taken to ETMC in Athens. That is a little dated as far as the last update we received from them, but we don't want to pass along any information that we cannot confirm at this point. The image you're seeing here on your screen is in the Eustace area, and this was about 2 hours ago, and we were told by our crew in the field that this was a home, and you can see here in the center of the screen what looked like some sort of bathroom, and then the right side of your screen, the lower right, is a stackable washer dryer. So someone's home there. Again, just continuing to get a lot of information in. We have a full newsroom right now in touch with law enforcement, who are understandably very busy responding to this situation across East Texas, and we're doing our best to pass along that information. If you have friends and family who are without power, you can remind them that they can stay connected to this information by using their First Alert weather app, their KLTV weather app, or you can go to kltv.com/live to watch streaming coverage and all of these updates from Mark, as well as get all the latest information on these tornado warnings that are in effect, severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of East Texas, as well as interactive radar. Mark, are you ready for the latest update?
I am.
Let's head back to Mark.
Just had to take a quick break there to get a nice drink of water and to kind of clear my head for just a second, but we still have a couple of tornado warnings that are in effect for East Texas here this evening, a couple for Wood, and we've got one for the northern portions of Smith County as well. So you can see what we're talking about here. We're starting to get a little better idea of what's happening in and near the Mineola area. It looks like if we indeed have a tornado on the ground, it could generally be in this area here, just over the southern portions of Mineola, and it could be, again, on the ground. We've not yet had any confirmation. We've not had any confirmation at all on this one here. But it could be over the south side of Mineola right now. Everything is kind of moving off just to the north of due east. The second one here, as we kind of look at the northern portions of Smith County, a little more difficult to find any real significant rotation in this one. But we've had so much in the past. We've seen so much happening in the past that this one could be a little bit weaker than others. But if we kind of just back out here, we see that we're getting kind of a little separation from those 2 areas of green that you see there. And just over the last 30 minutes, you can see how things have changed. The storm moved out of VanZant County, moved into the northwestern parts of Smith County, and then kind of worked its way into Mineola, and then we kind of lost the real good look at it at that point. But it does look like now that the storm could be just to the east of the city of Mineola. If we indeed have this on the ground, it is probably due east of Mineola, just south of Farm to Market Road 49 and north of Highway 80. So if there is something going on within this storm, it could be sitting just over the southeastern portions of the city of Mineola, moving off toward the east-northeast. So again, Haynesville, Horde, Pine Mills, Holly Lake Ranch, Little Hope, these are the areas that need to be in their small windowless interior room protecting themselves. And this little second area here in the northern portions of Smith County, very difficult to see any rotation in this one here, with the exception that we're starting to see, again, the one in the eastern parts of Mineola, the east of Mineola. This is where we could be starting to really look at it, starting to really spin up, starting to kind of intensify a bit. So that would be an area, if you live east of Mineola and you are in those areas, please get into a small windowless interior room along Highway 49. It looks like it may kind of travel in that general direction, maybe now moving across Highway 80 near the city of Mineola. Broad circulation, but it is certainly there. And that warning that's in effect for that part of Wood County where Mineola is located, that is in effect until 9:15. And we've taken a small portion of Smith County out of this warning. But just to let you know, right up along the Sabine River, still looking at the warnings remaining in effect for that area. But the southern areas, again, having I believe that it's probably in effect because this storm is probably moving right along both of those warnings that we have in effect. Because I don't see anything to the south, at least not at this point. I don't see anything actually in Smith County right now as far as rotation. Again, trying to look at some of the other scans that I have available just to see to make sure that we're not seeing anything in there. What I am seeing, though, a broadening area, or actually an intensifying area now east of Mineola, traveling just north of due east, and I believe that we were talking about a speed on this one at close to 30 miles per hour. So let's put a path on that one. So if this is where the storm is, just east of town, moving north, just a little north of due east, at about 25 miles per hour, somewhere in that general area. These are the areas that could be affected by this possible tornado. Again, this is not ground truth at this point. Haynesville in 14 minutes, Pine Mills 25, Ronesboro 45, and there are some other located, Grice and Summerfield as well. So this is the area that we are most concerned with right now. If we kind of, I'm just going to back away just a little bit here, just in case. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything at all here in East Texas. Well, let's just put on radar, back up, and look at all of East Texas right now. We really don't have that many warnings at this point. We have the 2 tornado warnings, obviously, and a severe thunderstorm warning for the same general storm. And we also have flash flood warnings from the heavy rain that we've seen throughout the day today. It looks like up to 4 inches of rain fell in some spots. Actually, Eustace received 4 inches of rain, and there's some flooding issues there. Parts of VanZant and Rains County, flash flooding there, with also pockets of 4 inches of rain falling near Canton to the Edgewood area, and it is leading to excessive water runoff and causing some flash flooding issues there. So those warnings will remain in effect, at least the one for Rains and VanZant till 10:45, as well as the one for western sections of Henderson County. So this is what's happening. The front is moving through. This is where the cold front is right now. Continues to push through East Texas. Once that front moves through, there are going to be some isolated pockets of rain, maybe even some isolated thunderstorms as well. But as this front continues to venture off toward the east through East Texas, we could see and will likely see more severe weather as it makes its way through East Texas. You can see the counties that are right now in orange. Those are tornado watches until 10 o'clock tonight. And the counties that are involved in that tornado watch are Cherokee, Anderson, Smith, Henderson. I believe VanZant is still in there. We've also got Wood, Upshur, Camp, Franklin, Titus, and Morris, as well as Delta and Hopkins County. So that's where the tornado watch is. and that will stay in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. Whether we'll see an additional watch for the eastern parts of East Texas, we will see. Jessica, have you seen any talk on that at all about maybe issuing the tornado watch further east? Just see if you can find out anything on that. We'll see if we can let you know. But right now, the 2 warnings of consequence, actually there's 3, but 2 of them are tornado warnings for parts of Smith and Wood County. And both of those tornado warnings, I believe, expire at the same time. I believe they expire at 9:15 for the one for north central Smith and southeastern Wood until 9:15, and yes, the other 9:15 as well. So we'll stop this. We'll turn on our radial velocity scan so that we can see if we can see rotation. We'll see if we can see rotation in this storm, and it does appear that we have an area of concern. It's looking a little more significant here, just to the east and northeast of the city of Mineola. Again, looking at different scans. I like to see just about everything I can get my hands on before I make a call here. It does look like we've got something going on right in that general area there. So let's kind of zoom in just a little bit more so we can show you what we're talking about as far as roadways. Again, we're talking about north of Farm to Market Road 49 and some of the other roadways that are in this general area. We've also got Farm to Market Road 778. So this is the area that we're looking at right now. Probably right in here, north of 49 and just to the west and southwest of Farm to Market Road 778 is where we're looking at rotation, nearing the Haynesville area. So make sure that you in Haynesville are in a small windowless interior room, protecting you and your family from the potential that we've got a tornado on the ground here. And looking at the other scans, it is kind of showing that that's what's happening out there right now. That's where the rotation appears to be at this moment. So make sure that you are there. Make sure you are in that small windowless interior room. All right, we've got a report here from the newsroom. I believe Katie Vossler and Joe Terrell are there now. Hey, Katie, thank you for being here safely.
She can't hear you.
Worried about you, girl.
She can't hear you, but he's glad to see you back safe from
am
the storm
back
tracking.
safe. That's good.
Mark, I wanted to take a second to show you what this is. A friend of mine on Facebook, Cindy Barron, and this is the situation. She was on the highway, and she was near that Love's Truck Travel Center, and with her family and her dog. And she is sending praise to Love's Travel Center for letting them get in their cooler. These people were, they saw the tornado on the ground, got in the cooler, even let, see if I can get the picture to come up here, but even let their dog inside the cooler because they were worried about the dog. Cindy was traveling with her dog and her little boy Elliot, and they all got in the cooler. So that's, it's quite a story. They are on their way back to Tyler now. Safe, but Cindy's a pretty weather-aware girl. I've known her for a long time, and she's no doubt being safe, trying to get back. This is the car dealership we've been talking about in Canton. This is, I believe, a Chrysler Dodge dealership. Who sent you these pictures, Katie?
I got these pictures from a friend of mine who is a teacher at White House. She got these pictures from a Canton resident named Kelly Harris. Kelly lives in Canton. Her husband is a storm spotter in that area, and they took these pictures when they were out and about. We didn't actually make it into Canton when I was out. We did make it into the Fruitvale area, and Fruitvale had some major damage as well, probably from this same storm that caused these damage photos that you see there.
Wow,
So,
just look at that right there. Those look like new cars, that might have been parked next to each other,
well,
new or used cars.
I mean, that's a very big truck that
Right.
is on top of another truck. So
Right.
I mean, that's not just, it's not a smart car. This was a heavy truck that got picked up and moved.
And of course, you see the telltale sign of how those trees were just topped off there.
Guys, I just want to say something here. I don't
Go
mean
ahead,
to
Mark.
interrupt you, but as I'm looking at radar here now, we're showing that if we do have a tornado on the ground, it is getting very near the Haynesville area at this point. Pine Mills, Haynesville, please make sure that you are in that tornado safe spot now, that small windowless interior room. The storm appears to be getting ready to cross over Farm to Market Road 778. So please be safe there as that storm continues on that east-northeastward movement at about 25 miles per hour. So that's the update that I have here. And I also know that Lane has a similar story that he wants to tell us about what happened today.
Yeah, that's
Lane?
right. Similar to what Joe was just telling us about with people taking shelter in the cooler of a Love's truck stop, we've learned that the Union Grove ISD boys track team had to take shelter just a short time ago, about an hour ago, at the Buc-ee's truck stop there in Terrell, and they were waiting for the storm to clear. We had been told that there were reports of overturned vehicles on the interstate there in the Terrell area, and the interstate was impassable. We're still working to get some new information on the latest with that situation if the road is back open again, but the boys track team is okay from what we're hearing. They just felt it important to take shelter right there at a truck stop on the interstate, and are not going to be heading back into our part of East Texas until it's safe. Mark, back to you. That's
a really good idea. And Joe and Katie, if you have any additional information, just let me know, and you can just jump right in here at any time. All right, so what we've got right now is still a couple of tornado warnings that remain in effect, and they are for parts of Wood and parts of Smith County. They both expire at the same time, and we've got that expiration time at 9:15, and that is for the warning that you see here that I'm showing you with the arrow. That's the one that's in effect until 9:15 there, and the second one for parts of far northwestern Smith County and parts of Wood County as well, and this is the second one that we're talking about here. That's also in effect until 9:15. So for all intents and purposes, anything that you see there in red in those boxes, we have a tornado warning in effect. So we're still watching and monitoring very closely as this storm continues to move through. Still having a kind of a difficult time kind of trying to pinpoint where this tornado might be here. But if we kind of follow things just say the last 30 minutes or so, we can still see that there's it moving over the southern parts of Mineola. You can see as the rotation moves through there, kind of moves just to the east and east-northeast of Mineola. So if we do have a tornado on the ground, it is likely sitting in that general area right there. We'll go ahead and we'll get you kind of the intersections of those roadways if we can. So this would be right in the Haynesville area where 49 and 776 cross. So that's right around the Haynesville area. If indeed this is a tornado that's on the ground, we've not had any confirmation at this point that this ever was a tornado. We're waiting to see if we do get any information from EMS or from police, sheriff, fire, anybody out there, spotters that know what they're doing. But again, this is a very difficult. East Texas is a very difficult place to chase storms. The closer you get to the central parts of East Texas, the more difficult it gets. And now that it's dark, it makes it nearly impossible. We do have some injury info.
We do. We're just learning that 3 people have been transferred from the Canton tornado by ETMC, EMS. 1 patient came to ETMC in Tyler. Another was sent to Christus Trinity Mother Francis. Now, as we were telling you earlier, there was a regional ambulance bus sent to the Canton area at the triage center that's been set up at the high school there. They're awaiting the arrival of potentially more patients. Of course, this whole situation being complicated by it being dark outside. Now, ETMC Athens, we do have an update on that. Still 9 patients. The people that were transferred to ETMC in Athens are related to the Henderson County tornado, and that's, of course, from the Eustace and Fruitvale areas. Now, there are 10 ambulances on the scene from ETMC in Canton right now, and they're waiting for more information as people continue to arrive or being brought to the triage area at Canton High School. So again, it's a very busy situation right now. The best thing you can do is stay away from that area and allow law enforcement and first responders to do their job. Mark?
Lane, thank you so much. And I'm just looking, while Lane was speaking, just looking at the velocity scan here, noticing that we have another possible spin up here near Lindale. That's kind of an ominous thing to even say on the 1-year anniversary of 2 tornadoes that tore through Lindale last year. But it looks like we've got an area of rotation. I'm just going to go ahead and loop this, and I'll show you what I'm talking about here. You'll start to see it move in, and it looks like it could be crossing over Highway 69 right now, and this would be in the Lindale area. Again, we don't have any confirmation from either one of these potential tornadoes that are on the ground right now, but we are looking at the possibility we've got another spin up happening just north of the city of Lindale, right along Highway 69. You can see the first one that we have been following, the one that went through Mineola and moved into the Haynesville area. That one there was a little easier to see, but this one, it looks like it's just starting to appear here, and we are going to start to really kind of concentrate and kind of keep our eye on that one as well. Katie just walked in here and we were looking at that, and she said, oh no, not Lindale. Well, let's hope that this stays aloft and does not come down to the ground. We never want to see anything happen anywhere, but today we've had maybe the worst day that we've seen in East Texas with regards to tornado. It's the worst that I've ever seen in my time that I've been here, and it's still not even over yet. We've still got some flash flood warnings for a few areas that will expire at 10:45. We have the severe thunderstorm watch for the northern parts of Smith County and parts of Wood County until 9:15, and we also have these 2 tornado warnings that will expire at 9:15. We'll just go ahead and put the radar on here for you and let it loop over the last 3 hours so that you can kind of see the progress of these storms. We've had some reports of large hail in East Texas. We've not had any significant reports of any real flash flooding, but as you can see, in parts of Henderson, VanZant, and Rains County, flash flooding is likely to remain an issue here for at least a few more hours. And just to kind of show you another way that we can look at things here, this is radar estimated rainfall, and you can see some areas, according to our radar, over 6 inches of rain just north of Canton. We've got rainfall totals in parts of Henderson County over 3.5 inches, but you can see that we've got one location there just to the north and west of the city of Canton that had over 6.5 inches of rain. Again, this is radar estimated, so it may be a little bit different than that, but the reason why the flash flood warnings are in effect for these areas is pretty obvious at this point. Radar is indicating well over 5 inches in many spots, so that's the reason why we have that in effect. So we look now at, once again, the radar imagery over the last 3 hours. You can see the cold front finally making its way into East Texas. All of the counties in orange, those are tornado watches, and they will remain in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. Houston County is under a severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock tonight. We now have Bob Hallmark, who is live at Canton High School. Bob, I know you and I have lived in East Texas for a long, long time and have been through many severe weather events. Is this what you're seeing now? Do you believe that this is the worst you've ever seen?
I think so, Mark. We've been through a lot of these in the 20 years that I've been here, and this has got to rank up there. It's a very chaotic scene here. Emergency vehicles and ambulances have been in and out, rushing in and out for hours now. No firm number on it, but we do know from one EMT that dozens of injured have been brought in here. Now, I do want to say that the scene is like something that we have not seen before. It's like something out of maybe a war-torn area. People being brought in bloodied and some with broken bones. I talked to one EMT. It said most of the injuries are attributed to flying debris, some of them attributed to buildings coming down around people. Now, we do know that there were people arriving earlier, sadly, that were looking for an unaccounted loved one. Now, we have no word at this point that anyone is missing, but it was a very stark reality that people were coming here looking for somebody who they could not account for. Now, with some, you can tell what we called in the military have a 100-yard stare. Even the guys that are EMTs here, and what that means is they can't quite believe what has happened here. They're staring off into the distance. Some of the people that are coming for their relatives are doing the very same thing. It is a very stark reality, and a lot of people, I'm sure, have not realized exactly what's happened here. So it's going to be a very, very long night for not only those that are injured, the EMTs, the medical staff here, but also the families that are trying to ensure that their loved ones are okay.
Thank you very much for that report, and you please stay safe out there as well as we progress throughout the night. And we have just received information here that the Big Sandy track team, they were heading back to East Texas. The Big Sandy track team, everybody's fine, but they're going to stay in a hotel tonight. So moms and dads of the Big Sandy track team, not to worry, they're safe. They're going to hang out in a hotel. And we also just heard that the city of Lindale is setting off their sirens because of the potential that a tornado could be in that area. We just showed you a moment ago. It looks like we've got some rotation that is heading toward Lindale, not confirmed at this point. Maybe because it's moving into a larger populated area, we'll get some confirmation. But as we look at radar right now, we can see that we do have some rotation that has made its way just to the north of the city of Lindale. We've also got rotation that is now approaching Highway 154 east of the Quitman area. These are areas that we've been watching very closely. They have pulsed up, pulsed down. They've been very difficult to follow from time to time. Lane, what do you have?
Update just in from ETMC concerning injuries, and let me pull this right back up. I had it in front of me here. ETMC in Athens now has 36 patients. One of them is in critical condition. ETMC Cedar Creek has received 8 patients. Now those patients there all have injuries that are non-life threatening. And ETMC in Tyler has 4 more patients en route from the Canton tornado. Those are non-life threatening. But the big update here, ETMC in Athens has received 36 patients, one of whom is in critical condition. We're still trying to learn more from law enforcement, again, as people are being brought in there to the triage center in Canton. Mark?
All right, thank you, Lane. Will you please stop reporting that kind of information? This has just really been, it's been a tough day, and I continue to, while I'm doing this, praying for all of you out there that have been affected by these tornadoes so far, and we've just got more work to do, so we will continue to update you on all of the information that we've got in East Texas right now. By the way, thank you, Lane. I didn't want to sound like I was saying anything bad toward you there, but that's just the reality of the way the weather has been here in East Texas today. I know a couple of years ago on Mother's Day in Van, it was awful. It was just awful. But this appears to be even more significant as the city of Canton received at least 3 tornadoes back to back to back that moved around that city, and the possibility that they could have even seen a fourth. We've not had a confirmation on that 4th one, but it's going to be a very busy next couple of days kind of tracking how everything has occurred in East Texas. But we're looking again at 2 areas of rotation in East Texas. It looks like we've got one right now crossing over in Wood County, crossing over Highway 155. This could be near the Little Hope area, so residents in Little Hope, please make sure that you are in a small windowless interior room. This is north of Pine Mills. It appears to be east of 14 and to the northwest of 312. So be aware that we could be looking at some rotation there. Again, looking at some of the other scans, kind of verifying the fact that we've got some kind of rotation in this general area just to the south of East Point, southwest of Oak Grove. That could be a tornado on the ground. We have not yet had any confirmation on either of these storms that have made their way into the central parts of East Texas. But earlier we thought we saw rotation and continue to see some rotation just over the northern sections of Smith County along the Sabine River, there to the west of Hawkins and to the south of the Feda area, southeast of Horde. And again, I had the opportunity earlier this week to speak to the kids in Hawkins at the elementary school. Kids, we talked about the fact that when you were in a tornado warning, you needed to go to that small windowless interior room. Well, now's the time. For all of you in the Hawkins area, make sure that you are in that small windowless interior room. We talked about it extensively in our Project Tornado Talk earlier this week. So please make sure that you are prepared for the potential that we could have a tornado on the ground just south of Highway 80, and it is to the west of the city of Hawkins right now, and is now appearing to be off toward the northeast of the city of Lindale. South of Highway 80 right now, but it could pass into other areas. Now, we just noticed that the National Weather Service has dropped or has canceled or allowed both of those warnings to be canceled. Still looks like we do have rotation. Now they've replaced it with a severe thunderstorm warning, and that severe thunderstorm warning is for parts of Smith, parts of Wood, parts of Upshur, Camp, and even further to the north, we've got it in parts of Titus, Franklin, and Morris County. So they've replaced the tornado warning, at least at this point, for the northern portions of Smith County, And again, our high-resolution radar does take a little bit of time to update, to get caught up with itself, so you'll just kind of watch it fill in. But areas like just north of Tyler, Big Sandy, Gilmer, Pittsburgh, Mount Pleasant, Naples, Mount Vernon, all of these places now under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that severe thunderstorm warning will remain in effect until 10:15 for all of the areas that you see there in that large, very large yellow box. Again, the Weather Service has replaced the tornado warning that we had for parts of Smith and Wood County with a severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to take, though, one final look before we get you to regular programming here. We're going to take a little bit of a break, at least here from the Weather Center. We're going to look underneath all of this and see what we've got, see if we can still see those areas of rotation. They're still there, but it appears that they're really getting well up into the atmosphere right now. It appears like they're, as far as being near the ground, this is a long way up. This is several thousand feet into the atmosphere right now. So for those of you that I was just talking to, in the kids in Hawkins, to get to that small windowless interior room, well, you can go ahead and come out, but just be aware that we now have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the Hawkins area, for the Winona area, for Gladewater, Big Sandy, East Mountain, Gilmer, Betty, Or City, Lone Star, Pittsburgh, Newsom, Winsboro, all of these smaller communities. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for you. The tornado warning was replaced. According to the National Weather Service in Shreveport, they did not feel that those storms were no longer a threat as far as tornadoes are concerned. But we have also one very small warning in effect for still parts of Wood County. You see that smaller warning right here that encompasses the city of Mineola and Quitman, that one, and also far northwestern sections of Smith County until 9:30. And we have the much larger severe thunderstorm warning that just came out a few moments ago for parts of Smithwood, Upshur Camp, Morris, Titus, and southern sections of Franklin County. We also have tornado watches in effect for all of the areas that you see there in orange. And if I just turn off the radar for just a second, you can see all of the warnings that are in effect and all the watches as well. The orange counties are tornado watches, and those will remain in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. We have the flash flood warnings for parts of Henderson and Navarro County. That's in effect until 10:45. We've also got VanZant, parts of VanZant, and most all of Rains under a flash flood warning until 10:45 tonight. So those are all the warnings that we have for you and all the watches that we have for you right now. Lane, do you have anything to update here before I let him go back to regular programming? I know you will have more information.
We will coming up here in just a bit. Again, just to recap some of the latest numbers that we're receiving as far as injuries. Those of you that have been with us here in the last few minutes, we've learned that 36 patients have been transported to ETMC in Athens. One of those is in critical condition. 8 patients at ETMC Cedar Creek Lake, and 4 patients are now being transported to ETMC in Tyler. So law enforcement are expecting potential for more injuries. We've learned just a few ambulances have been dispatched from Trinity Mother Francis as well. And so law enforcement, again, are positioned in 2 locations in East Texas right now. There are triage centers set up at Canton High School and at Fruitvale ISD. And some of the injuries that were, those people that were transported to Cedar Creek Lake ETMC were from the Eustace and Fruitvale tornadoes. So again, we're still working to learn more from law enforcement, just the number of injuries. We do have one confirmed fatality. That was in the Canton area. Ben Wheeler Volunteer Fire Department confirming to us there was one fatality earlier this afternoon in the Canton area. A rancher in his truck was found in a field there. So continue to stay with us right here and on KLTV.com. We'll get you the very latest information as we learn more. Mark?
Yeah, I appreciate all your help, Lane, Katie, and Jessica, and Zach, and Cody downstairs in the booth, and Joe, and everybody that's in that wall behind me, Melissa, everybody that worked this so far today. We're going to continue with our special coverage. All right, well, we will continue to do that. And while we get kind of... Okay, we're going to go to Bob Hallmark here in just a few minutes. So while we're going to go ahead and stay with this, let's just go ahead and watch what's happening again here in East Texas, because we still have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect here in East Texas, and that large warning that we have in effect right now. This one was kind of the replacement for the, part of it was the replacement for the tornado warning that was in effect earlier, just a few moments ago. Actually, it was just about 6 minutes ago that it was canceled for northern sections of Smith and parts of Wood County. But we still have strong to severe thunderstorms moving through these areas, very gusty wind, maybe up to around 60 miles per hour, frequent lightning. And folks, we're talking about some significant lightning in some of these storms. There is no doubt about it. You just have to respect the lightning. 880 lightning strikes in the last 30 minutes just within that red box that you see right there. It has really been one of those days. The lightning numbers actually may be coming down a bit from what we experienced late this afternoon and throughout the early evening hours. But as we head into the nighttime, that lightning looks to be a little more significant as it kind of flashes and lights up the sky. We're watching the potential for additional flooding in East Texas. We showed you just a short time ago everything that was happening in East Texas, and something that we don't do very often, but I'm going to try to see if I can't get this loaded up for you here. It may take me just a second, but we're going to show some of the local storm reports that we have seen here just in the last 12 hours here in East Texas. All of those different little circles that you see there in the screen, this is all the different tornadoes that have come out, the wind, the hail that have made their way through East Texas just over the last 12 hours. And we'll kind of start at the top and kind of work our way down to some of these to kind of show you what we have seen, the reports that we have seen in East Texas. Large hail up in the Commerce area, up to 1 inch in diameter. We've had hail just west of the Greenville area, not quite 1 inch in diameter. But as we get a little bit farther to the south, you start to see those little red tornadoes that show up here. We had one in Canton earlier at 6:13. That was reported. Well, we had one earlier at 4:05. That one was reported there. One near the Eustace area near Caney City was reported at 5:32. Again, wind damage. We've also had several reports of wind damage in the Canton area, just southeast of Canton at Martin's Mill. Thunderstorm wind damage there. Large hail near Gun Barrel City as well, 1 inch in diameter. Almost 1 inch in the Toole vicinity. Eustace, about 9/10 of an inch of rain. But these are all the different things that we have available to us so that we can show you what has happened. These are official reports that are sent in, and they're in the Kaufman area. It's 1.5 inches in diameter. That is some serious hail, and we have the potential to see more as we head throughout the night tonight, and we will watch them for you and kind of relay all the information that we have available. But all of the counties in orange, as we mentioned to you earlier, these are tornado watches that will stay in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. Just want to find out if we have Bob Hallmark yet. Tell me when Bob is available, and we'll go to him. We have also a severe thunderstorm watch for Houston County until 11 o'clock tonight. We have those flash flood warnings in effect for a couple of counties here in East Texas. The western parts of Henderson County. We've also got parts of VanZant and Rains County. Both of those expire at 10:45. And then the severe thunderstorm warnings, we've got that small one there for southwestern Wood County. That will remain in effect until 9:30. That encompasses the Mineola area. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for several counties, that large area there for parts of Smith, Wood, Upshur, Camp, southern Franklin, parts of Titus and Morris County as well until 10:15. Now we're going to go ahead and hand off to Joe Terrell. Joe, it looks like you and Sophia have got some stuff to show us here.
Yeah, we do. One of the first things that I think everybody associates with Canton is First Monday, and this, it could not have been worse, I guess,
Right,
the
yeah.
way it's sized up, is that this is a First Monday weekend, so there are thousands of people there. So you wonder immediately what happens to them. I'm beginning to get some pictures here, and I'm just going to zoom in here so you can see some of the pictures. This is a picture from Ashley Croden, and she says that she gained a lot of perspective on how fragile life is today. She was in Canton, and she was with her mom, Vicki O'Quinn Paul, and Christy O'Quinn Ronchetti, and they were having a fun girls' weekend, and about 4:45, it turned into a little bit of terror where they all were told a tornado was on the way and they needed to get into a bathroom. She said about 200 women crammed into one of these large bathrooms, and she said there was a whole lot of praying going on at the same time. This is a similar story from Ashley Slayton. I'm sorry, not from Ashley. This was from Lacey Dryman, who said a picture of this looks like a mix of men and women. You know, when a tornado's hitting somewhere, you don't worry about the sex of the folks or what the picture is on that wall when you go into that room. Sophia has been talking to some folks about Salvation Army from Dallas bringing something here.
Right, so I just talked to the regional director for the Salvation Army. He oversees all of the Texas area. So far, the update from him is that a mobile kitchen from Dallas has made its way or is in progress of making its way to Canton. It is expected to be there over the next couple of days, and he says right now they're very much in a situational assessment phase. They're still keeping an eye on 2 or 3 specific areas and assessing the need. But that's what they're doing so far. And there has not been a call yet for volunteers. He said that's something they'll be looking at tomorrow once they have some more daylight. But of course, we'll keep everyone updated on that.
Okay, Sophia is working on the 10 o'clock news. I'll cut you loose to let you go do that. We don't know if we're going to have a 10 o'clock news, but just in case, you're preparing anyway. Thank you, Sophia, for that. Mark, I'm going to toss back to you. If folks have pictures now that it's safe to send them, or they can come out of their windowless interior room and send those. We'd love to see those and share those with folks and kind of hear your story from the night. This was the scene from Canton tonight, a lot of huddling in bathrooms at First Monday. Yeah,
and I'm sure not only was there a lot of huddling in bathrooms and center interior rooms, but I know that there was a lot of praying going on in East Texas as these storms move through. And I just cannot stress enough just how important the KLTV weather app has been, and the KTRE weather app. There is a place on your app that you can send us pictures. If you have some pictures, if you go down on the app, there is a spot as you get down toward the bottom that says send it. And on that spot where it says send it, you can click on that and you can send us images of what you have seen throughout the day today. And again, it's a great idea if you lose power and you have the ability to just open that app. There's also a live stream on there. I probably should have shown you that as well, that when there are severe storms in East Texas, if you just happen to lose power, there's a part of the app there that says live stream. All you got to do is just click on that, and I'll click on it right now, and hopefully I'll see myself showing you